up to England. Their missile now can reach to Europe. This is not a joke. You cannot throw this regime bare hand.
Comments, this illusion person, I mean, his profile name is illusion. He is illusional himself. He's a sick-minded person. He keeps telling that you have a knife, you have a wood, you have a rope, you can fight with your regime, you are pussy. Now your friends are talking and lecturing a million excuses why you couldn't change the regime of Iran. It's more than 20 days. The most powerful country in the world, means America, is fighting. And it's not done even half. So shut the fuck off, illusional. And anyone who is going to accuse us that we are pussy and we couldn't fight with this evil regime, go fuck yourself, okay? You are pro-Hamas to support evil regime of Iran, or you are just a sick person needs to see a doctor, okay? Don't talk about my country and my people. And you don't know anything about history, right? Let me just tell you something. You have a Google, right? Why you don't use the Google and just asking in a history, which country asking help? Just check it out. 1944, the United States played a critical role in liberating France from Nazi Germany during World War II, okay? And it took time till May 1945 that American forces could save France and also changing the regime who were supporting Nazi Germany. Okay, so if you don't know anything about such a things as liberation of Paris, go and educate yourself, and fuck you to tell us we are pussy, to ask Trump to help us. If you can support us as a human, support us. If not, just shut the fuck up.
Cherry, don't worry about those people. Why are you responding to their shit?
He is the
same
guy. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say one another thing, guys. IRGC made this war happen with all the shit that he's done in the past. Okay? And still, they are in the middle of a war and still didn't stop their shit. Just to let you all know, yesterday was our first day of, it was Persian New Year, right? We couldn't even celebrate. I couldn't call my family to just congratulate them for the new year because of the internet. But that's not the issue, that's okay. We can be patient, right? What happened in 8th and 9th of January, when they killed so many people on the street, one of the boys that was killed, his name was Sepher. His dad went to all the corpses, started unzip all the corpses to find his son by calling his name, "Where are you, Sepher?" Yesterday was our Persian New Year, and Sepher's father went to his grave just to say, "Congratulations, son, for the new year." But IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, arrested him, and God knows what's going to happen to him. Please be a bit, mindful about what you say about our country. We know so many things that you guys are not even aware of. We don't even know if our family are still alive there, not for the war, but for the IRGC. don't know anything, that's okay to not to even say a word. But when you just spit out whatever comes to your mouth, it's not okay. And no one gives you the right to talk shit about whatever you don't know and misinform people. Thank you, Barry.
You know what's happened to those people who support things like this? Stupid Kamal and this illusion. Illusion is the same guy, Amir, by the way. He's the same guy. You know, Kamal, let me just tell you something. Hopefully that will help you for your future. You know what's going to happen after all is finished and Iran become liberated? We leave you and people like you alone to fight with Israel and do what the hell you want to do with your stupid Palestine and do what the hell you want to do with that country and Israel. It's nothing to do with the Iranian people, and we cannot care less about Israel and Palestine. Okay, that's for you, Mr. Jamal. And for that illusion, listen, mate, if one bullet, you are calling us pussy, my friend, let me tell you something. If one bullet shot next to you, you will shit your pants. You will shit your pants, I promise you. Okay? So don't be and that you are bravest and you are, you're fighting. Listen, mate, if one bullet pass your ears, you are not only pissing yourself, you need to change your pants because it's full of shit.
Aside from these things that we have to be aware that not only Iranian people are getting benefit from this war, it's also a benefit for Israel and all the region. Just imagine a country just heading missiles to all the Khaliji countries, Arab countries, which they have to be clever. They have to understand the situation.
Please, you Persian Gulf.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm like Persian Gulf. I'm telling you, this is just the information for everyone. Like when they put missiles to Dubai, to like Bahrain and Qatar and everyone, they just endanger their economy, endanger their life. You know that how much they are suffering now, which that they are not encountered in this war, and they try to be really polite and they want to just be calm in the situation. They just want to just soften the thing, and they want to say we have nothing to do with you guys. But yes, you see, as long as the war started, they hit their hotels, their like resorts and everywhere, just because they are lunatic. Because they are fundamentalists. They want to survive, no matter what. So it shows to you that the people empty-handed cannot do anything against these lunatics. So I just want to be like a person. I don't want to choose a side between Palestine and Israel. But the thing is that the Israel, they won't live good as long as the IRGC is there. So either they have to finish it, or they have to tolerate their proxies around them. And another thing is that US, if they cannot, I told this several times, if US cannot defeat IRGC, how they want to confront Russia, how they want to confront China. This is a big issue for them. If they withdraw from this war without gaining any, positive result, which is in the end point is that regime change, then they lose their credibility in the world. I promise you.
Be careful, Mukhabarat will be at your door. They are recording this room, yeah? Mukhabarat. will be.
He's not in Iran anymore, Rambo.
No, he's talking about Egypt. I'm saying Mukhabarat will be. Yeah, Mukhabarat will be at your door. Don't talk too much. Who cares about Egypt, man? You carry on with your gold, camel, and whatever you want to. Who's talking? Why you think you're so important?
Egypt is nothing. If they want to do something against Israel, they would do it really like several years ago.
No, he's saying if you drop a nuclear bomb, we're going to nuke you as well. Who cares about Egypt? Who are you trying to be important, man? Carry on with your life, with your camel riding, go from Cairo to Hermit, enjoy your life, man. Who cares about
I'm really sure. I'm really wondering, Rambo, how many people are from Ashkenazi and they are Jews and they are supporting Palestine, Egypt, and they are supporting IRGC. You see that they are calling themselves, most of them, we are Jews, we are Zionists, we are whatever, and at the same time they are supporting IRGC. That's crazy.
That's their trick. Only trick.
For your information, all Iranian are Jews. Now you happy? We burn all the mosques in Iran, my friend. Iran will be the first country in the Middle East. Iran will be the first country in the Middle East that gone away from Islam. We leave the Islam to you, we leave the Quran to you, we leave all imams and prophets, everything for you. Deal with it, enjoy. See you later. You do whatever you want to do with your Quran, with your Islam, with your Eid, with your Prophet Muhammad, with whatever you want to do it, my friend. Iran, Persian people, we don't care less about Islam. All the mosques, trust me, will be casino. If you want, you can get the visa and come to Iran and play casino. And that, you have to get the visa, my friend. You have to stay queue outside the Iranian embassy if we give you visa. Okay, Habibi? And you have to speak Persian for you to be able to get the visa to visit the country. And all the mosques, for your information, will be casino and nightclub. Now, go enjoy. Am I right? Till then, see you later. The other thing regarding this power plants that America is going to attack and all that, they are going to attack it the way the infrastructure won't get affected. The power plant, they've got transformer, right? They're not going to hit the transformer. They're going to hit it the way that the power will be cut off and they start doing the operation, whatever they need to do, whatever they're supposed to do, they finish it. To get it back up is very easy. Next day or 2 days or maximum 3 days, you will be out of power, right? Because they are not going to hit the transformers. They are hitting the way that the power will cut off for a few days for their operation and for guard the job done and the rest of the resistance to be able to do what they want to do in dark, because that will be easy for them to do what they want to do during darkness, right? And that operation is finished, 3 days, 4 days, 1 week after, the power can come back up. So don't think that they're going to obliterate the whole, power plant and so on and so forth. It won't be like that.
Like I have noticed that I think to be clear about something, that why US haven't win this war like 100% is that the thing that Rambo mentioned. Like they want to do it really precisely so that it won't be a burned ground for the other to take over. So that's why. That's why US is tolerating some of the issues that Iran brings up. IRGC, because if they want to do it really seriously and in a way that they want to burn everything down, they could do it as soon as possible, because we have, the air is totally.
They would have done it
yes.
first day.
Is let's say in 1 week they would do it, they finish the job. But the thing is that they want us to take over with they want us to rebuild our country as soon as possible. That's why it's taking longer than usual for them to win the war.
And some idiots come and say, "Oh, is Trump gonna kill it?"
No. Trump, Rambo, they are 100% better than us. We have no airplanes.
Listen,
we have no airplanes. We have no ships. We have nothing.
Yeah,
to be
and
honest,
what's
they
my
have
answer
only
to them?
missiles, which they just pointed to the other countries.
And what's my answer to them? I said I would welcome America to come and take my oil. I would welcome America.
Why not?
I would welcome America.
Listen, Rambo, we are already paying this oil to the proxies. For 40 years, we are paying this to the proxies. People are not getting any benefit from that oil.
Listen,
so why not we are giving to US? At least we receive some respect.
Listen, they are so idiots. They don't know nothing. They only watch CNN, right, and NBC News, right? These people don't have no education. We are giving oil for free to China. Idiots.
Ramon, I just want to tell you something. A story I had with one of my friends. He just contacted me from Southeast Asia. We had a conversation, and he told me that Iran, alongside with China and Russia, is standing in front of imperialism, and it's they are really. Why do they kill the people? 170 girls in that school. I said that there are some casualties in the war. They are, if they wanted to do that regularly, so they would just attack most of the schools that they are putting their army inside those schools. So there are some casualties, but you cannot make it bold that this is the US, this is Israel.
Listen,
so people are confronting fake news, and we cannot really do something about that.
That's what I'm saying.
I joined again the clubs just to clarify what is going on really with us.
Yeah, this story, or let's say this movie clip, is already expired, right? Because they tried to bring that movie into the cinema during the Gaza and the Palestine conflict, where they brought the kids in front of camera and they forced the kids, please cry in front of the camera that the bomb is, destroy your house and you are without your toys and your mom and dad is killed and so on and so forth. So that game, that movie is already finished. We saw the finish line, and we know the director, we know everything about, we know the actors, we know everything. So
I just want to bring a fact about something. regarding the IRGC plans with the wars. Like maybe I don't remember 2017 or 2018 that they hit the airplane up there in
the Ukrainian.
Yes.
The Ukrainian.
The thing is that I just want to make it clear for others that what happened in that day, they are suspected that the U.S. wants to attack them. So what they did is that they did hit that plane just to say that, because in the very first days of the war, they want to make a propaganda that they are attacking a civilian. So that's why they hit that airplane on that day. So they did the same thing with this school, but they did it in a way that they show that the U.S. did it. And then there is a big debate about that, who did that. And nobody can really prove that it is, who was that? You know what I mean? So which means that they have these plans every time. I promise you, if the U.S. withdraw and again attack them, they bring something the same as this school, same as that plane, up to that make the propaganda in the left news to just show that the U.S. is accuse U.S. that they are hitting these civilians.
Exactly that. Why do you think only news agency that right now is in Iran is CNN? Is exactly because of that. Cover the shit like this.
Just like CNN.
Yeah, to bring it to the American public. Oh, look, America is losing the fight. America is, eating the schools and so on.
I don't know. Have you read about about these things that during the World War II, there are some news goes around, whispered around that the Germans wins everything. Germans are doing like that. Germans are doing like that, and then suddenly they fell.
Exactly. So, for information for the people in the audience, the only news agency that allowed cover the war in Iran is CNN. What that shows you? That shows you the CNN agency, which is American, supposed to back America, is backing IRGC by reporting false and fake news and feeding to the American public by saying, oh, the Iranian inside the country, they are coming out for their revolution march, and they marched throughout the town, and it was like a family gathering, and they chanted, thanks Supreme Leader, and all this rubbish they are feeding American people. And the only news agency right now is CNN in that country, which is fake news.
Jim, let me tell you something. The thing is that the people are standing in their home. They're hoping for the U.S. to obliterate all the things for the IRGC, and then they can come out and take over everything. We are Iranian. We are tired of this IRGC. We are tired of being Muslim without believing in that. The thing is in Iran is that people are standing with our king. To be honest, with our king. I'm not telling you 100%, but at least 70 to 80% of the people wants our king back. We want to go back to our original shape. We want to go back to the period of our king, which we have a good economy. We had a freedom of everything. I'm telling you, some of the people accusing us that why if the king during the Shahs or the period of our king, everything was good. Why they did the revolution? The revolution happened because of the lack of
It was
development.
true.
Yes, it was a lack of development of the human. People won't differentiate between the good and bad. Now they understood what is good. The good thing is that you have a good economy, you have a freedom to go around, you have everything, you have your money power, and so that's why we are chanting for our king. To be clear,
In 1979, it was a coup d'etat, it was a coup that happened. It was a revolution. It was a revolution. It was a coup because Iran is getting so powerful, right? With their oil and with the mineral that they have and all the gas and everything they found in the Persian Gulf, which King of Iran went to England and he had the press conference with BBC. Where BBC, you can Google it. You can Google it. There's a press conference in I think it's 1975 that King of Iran had it with the BBC at the time, and the BBC reporter asked King of Iran, Your Highness, you're putting the price of oil so high. Do you have anything against the British people? The Shah of Iran, the King of Iran, responded, you, as a British government, put the price of your missile, of your fighter jet, of your tank higher than the previous year. Do you have anything against the Iranian people? So when the Western country, they see this kind of attitude, what they are going to do? They are going to think twice. They are going to think, well, hang on a minute, this guy understands what he's talking about. And one more point he made during that interview, he said, Iran right now is, I think at the time it was the 15th, largest war country in the world in terms of economy. And he said that within the next 10 years, Iran will be the 5th largest economy in the world. So just imagine, you are the ruler of the Western country. When you have a power in that region, who's got power, who's got oil, who's got gas, who's got the people behind him, what are you going to do with that regional power? And also, he's got the back of America as well, as the Carter. Okay, so if you are the ruler of the Western country, and you see this kind of attitude coming from Middle East, what you're going to do? You're going to think twice. This guy is going to put the price of oil so high that my economy will collapse. I cannot feed my people. My people cannot go to the petrol station and fill up their tank. And the whole economy is down the drain. So what they've done, they thought they're going to put this Ayatollah into the power in 1979. And the Ayatollah, they thought he cannot wash himself after he's going to toilet, let alone run the country. They thought they're going to put that stupid guy in power, and they're bringing the Iran-Iraq war. They weaken the country. They get rid of all the missiles which Shah of Iran bought many years ago from Western country for Iran, and they thought, okay, we're going to have a war. We're going to create a war between Iran and Iraq. We weaken their military, and by then we can find some puppets for that country who will listen to us, and we can get the oil for free out of that country, not like Shah of Iran, which was saying, I will sell the oil in the medicine glasses from now on to you guys, right? But they didn't know if mullahs, they come to the power because they didn't have no education or example previously, right? There is no Islamic Republic in the whole world in 1979, so they couldn't find the example, and that was their mistake. They put this stupid guy in power, and there's a slang in Iranian, in mullah community, they say, if mullah stop riding a donkey, you cannot take him out of that donkey anymore.
Bring him down.
He will ride it till the end. Okay, so they thought they're going to put this stupid guy, weaken the country, bring some puppet, take that Ayatollah out of that country, and also, on the other hand, the Soviet Union, Russia at the time were not happy with the situation that Shah of Iran is a friend with America because they didn't want America to be close to the Russia, right? And they helped the situation as well. The Russian helped the situation as well. And China at the time were going through their own revolution, 1978, 1979. And guess what? These mullah, they came to the power. They didn't come off that donkey. They stayed there. They said, oh,
Just to add something in between, I'm sorry, just to add something, like during the revolution, there are 6 parties fighting for making a revolution. 5 of them, five were lefties, just to add.
and these Ayatollah, they came to the power, and they saw a country full of oil, full of gas, and all the mineral, gold, uranium, anything you name it, that country has it, right? They said, we hit the jackpot. Let's create the chaos in Middle East so the Western country will be busy in that region, and we start draining the country wealth. And that's what they did for 47 years. And bear in mind, China, which I told you they had the revolution in 1978, 1979, they hit the jackpot as well. They came, communists, and they came to the power. And what they've done, they friendship with Iran, and Iran started getting sanctioned, and China was getting the benefit. I was getting the benefit. Iran couldn't sell the oil into the OPEC or to the world normal economies. So what they've done, because they were under the sanction, no oil could sell to the normal country. China told Iran, no problem, I will buy you oil, and that's how China now is second largest economy because of the Iranian oil. And now America doesn't have it anymore. It's so simple.
Can I ask you a question? How old are you?
Me,
Yes, please, if you don't mind.
William, why?
Because you're accurate in many ways, but there's some nuances and some things that lead me to believe that you weren't actually alive or were not an adult at the time in which all this happened. And you're getting I don't want to say sanitized version of it, but you're getting a preconditioned based on some level of missing some nuance to it. So
You have to be very careful, William, where you're going, which way you're heading with that statement. I'll tell you how old I am. I'm born in 1981. So I wasn't born during the coup.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring.
Me either. I born after the revolution.
Yeah, no, your version of history to a point, except for it had a lot more to do with the CIA, George Bush, and a whole bunch of other circumstances, and it was not friendly with Carter. there was a whole lot more going on to the equation. Right, but that's why I was just curious, because it's a, like, I have Persian friends that I've had all the way back in the 80s who educated me back in the 80s to a lot of different stuff, and it's very generational, the perspective that certain people have. So I was just curious, but I'm not going to.
No, I totally agree with you, William, on the subject of CIA, because obviously CIA was playing a massive role during Mossadegh time as well, during the coup during the Mossadegh, and get rid of the him out of the power as well. And that carried on throughout the 1979 and the coup. You're right, yes. By the way, I thought you either speaking or you're not listening, but you were there.
Oh, I drifted off, and then I woke up, like, it's just when you were saying that. Like, there's a large amount of people who were anti-Shah that played into the equation as well, because he was not kind to everyone, and he was not sharing the wealth, and the CIA took advantage of that as well.
I'm not agree with that one, William, because the reason I'm not agree with that is no doubt some people maybe felt felt that way, but that wasn't a majority. And the reason behind my statement is the power of the money at the time, and the people who were employed by governments, such as banker, teachers, and so on and so forth. They were getting very good money, and they were living wealthy at the time. And no doubt, in any society, you can find people that are not happy with the government, but that wasn't the case of majority in Iran. And with regards to the other statement you made, that he was not nice to the people, you're right. He wasn't nice to some people, and he was absolutely right not to be nice with those people, because exactly those people that he wasn't nice with them and he put them in jail, they came to the power after 1979. I will name them for you. Rafsanjani, he was in prison by Sabak, which was the equivalent to CIA and MI5 in England, in Iran, which called Mossad, Sabak, and they were jailed. Rafsanjani was in jail, which he was the Khamenei as well, yes. All this IRGC and hierarchy of people now ruled Iran for past 47 years. It was there were those people that you are claiming that Shah of Iran was nice to them. They came to power, and now you know why he wasn't nice with them.
No, I'm clear. Let me give an answer to Jim. We are not ignoring the thing is that most of these people that Rambo mentioned as well, most of them, they were against the development. They want Islamic lunatics to come take over. It wasn't that they are undermining them. Just to be sure, I want to tell you something. Iran, we had a root that some of this Islamic, they had a power in our countries. you know that we made a revolution 3 times before these things comes up. So we tried to take over our country, build up a constitution. What happened? The mullah ruined that. So you have to know our history first, so that you know why we are against them, and why. I'm just an example of the history. In almost 120 years ago, we Iranian, just made a revolution to bring up a constitution. And when the constitution came up, these mullahs, they said that you have to bring us into the constitution. 2 of these mullahs get into the constitution. And when they went into the constitution, they tried to manipulate the rules that they are voting for. At the same time, they just ruined up that constitution with the help of Russia. After that, again, we just cut their hand off of the constitution. Again, they came back. So we have to accept that we have some Islamic people who are living in my country, that they want to be ruled by these mullahs. We are not ignoring them. I'm telling you, the mistake that we made is that giving the chance to them to speak up, because if they want to come up, it will end up like this IRGC. IRGC is the end point for the Islamic mentality.
Okay, agreed, and thank you for expressing all that, all stuff that I already know. My interpretation, based on people that I talked to going all the way back to the 80s, was that within the secular movement, if you will, there was many who were originally pro-Shah, who began to lose confidence in him because he wasn't sharing the wealth equally amongst that upper class. Yet the quality of life of your so-called white-collar workers, of the people who were the basis of the modern economy, were living well. But the ultra-rich, the people who were truly profiting off the oil, lost confidence because there was nepotism. It wasn't a free and equal distribution of that upper wealth. And that is what the CIA and other elements capitalized on, because he wanted to nationalize the oil and basically take control away from the oil companies, away from the British, away from American influence, and that he pissed off too many of the wrong people across the board.
William, my dear, listen, the thing that Shah missed in that puzzle that he was building up is that human development. We had no human development. I guarantee you the problem was that.
Absolutely, yeah.
So when we have this lack of development in the humans, so that you can manipulate them really easy. That's the issue. The issue was that our king was building up something like, I'm telling you, you want to have a Ferrari, but you put the motor on something like something very cheap. Okay, for example, you cannot do that. That's the issue. The problem was that. That's why the people think that some people are really gaining benefit from the government, but the others are not. But the thing is that we were a country just went to the, that the Second World War happened. After that, we tried to develop more and more. But the point is that they couldn't really make assure that everyone gains benefit, which is needs a time. So we were because of that. I'm telling you, lack of development in the humans. Because as long as you understand that you have to suffer for development, so you cannot tolerate the things are going around you. So you think that they are really manipulating you. But the thing is that the development is not coming by one night, and it's not. You have to suffer for that. The thing is that my people couldn't understand at that moment is that if they want to be in a fifth country of the like in economic in the world, they have to suffer. It's not like one night you sleep and then day after you are on the top of the world. So which we don't want to give a price. I mean most of the people in my country, they think that okay, as long as Shah is doing well, no problem. But buy their food. So it's like because of that, they think that if they do the revolution, maybe they gain more than the things that they are already taking. That's why.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I think that it was absolutely a lack of development of people, but it was a lack of development of a parliament. He didn't give the people an alternative to the mullahs. He didn't give them a political system beyond the king. And when they stopped believing in the monarchy, those upper class people who would believe in a parliament didn't have an alternative to the king, and they didn't see it as the best system.
Yeah, I have read our king like a diary, and what he mentioned about this thing that he mentioned, every time I left someone to take over somewhere in our country, they try to steal things, steal money, steal that. That's why I took over, and suddenly I came up with myself and I saw myself as a dictator. He is mentioning himself that he doesn't want this, but the situation pushed him to do that. Like, I mean,
yeah, and that's why I said he was on his own level brutal, and it wasn't just to the mullahs. But that's what I'm saying. He failed to develop a middle class, an upper class, and a political class, and that would all support each other and be sustainable outside of himself. Right?
Yeah, I slightly disagree with you on that one. Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's all good. I love the debate. This is how I learn more about your country. I'm totally down for you to disagree.
When the World War II finished in I think it was 1945, right? Shah of Iran came to the power in 1941. Okay, he had
Wait, you're talking about the original Shah, not the second.
No, Mohammad Reza Shah, the son of Reza Shah, which was the first one. The second one came to the power 16 September 1941. Okay?
I thought that was the original Shah. I thought the Shah was removed in 79.
No. Mohammad Reza Pahlavi became the Shah of Iran on 16 September 1941. Okay? And the World War II finished in 1945. He left with the country that was operated during the World War with Nazi, Russian, and American and English, right? He had to develop the country from scratch, okay? So what would you expect from a leader who come to the power, okay, where the country was in war, unwanted war, because Reza Shah, his father, declared neutral during the World War II. But Nazi Hitler forced his father that you need to give me passage way to Russia, which they built railway and so on and so forth, right? So he took the country after the Second World War and he came to the power. Remember, he was so young at the time, didn't have no experience. Of course, his dad taught him about everything here and there, but he was a young king at the time. What he did at the time, when you say he didn't develop, he didn't have the plan for human development. I disagree with you on that one. He was getting education into every village in that country as soon as he came to the power. He started spreading people throughout the whole country for medical purposes. He was sending doctors to the poorest city and villages in that country to start to make people alive by giving them the education and health care. Okay, where I can say it in Farsi, but again, for the education, I forgot what was called at the time. He called it something, Nesati Danish or something like that. Anyway, cut the long story short, you've got a guy in power, the country is bare ground, right? He needs to develop the country. He needs to start making people, get rid of all the disease. At the time, people were dying from malaria, from any disease you name it. He had 10 years doing all that. After that, he established the country. And then in 1970, so he came to the power in 1945, and they get rid of him at 1975. He had only 30 years time to do what he needed to do in that country. And in 30 years, he brought the country that was nothing to where your passport, the Iranian passport at the time, was gold. When you go to another country, as soon as you show your Iranian passport, the immigration guy standing up and salute you and welcome you to their country, such as England, any country you name it in Europe. He brought the country from nothing to that level. Are you going to, I don't know, ignore that?
No, I'm
Of course, I agree with you on the sense that you're saying some people were not happy and so on and so forth. You cannot have 100% society that back you up forever. That's never happened in the whole planet. Now, you cannot find a ruler. Sorry, Tyler.
No, absolutely, and he built a phenomenal country. Don't get me wrong, but he didn't create a political system outside of himself. If he had modeled it after the British system, by which there wouldn't have been a vacuum that the mullahs came up into, right? And look, this is what we call Monday morning quarterbacking or whatever. Like, we're looking at this in hindsight for sure, and I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just saying that the people that I was educated about your country back in the 80s, some of which fled before the revolution, would tell me these things of like, no, what you're saying is the basics of it. Because I had one Iranian educated basically along the lines of what you're saying, and then I had others that were saying, well, yes, but do you understand what the CIA influence was? And I said, no, what do you mean? And they explained to me the basics of what became the Iran-Contra scandal and what Bush was doing in there, and the influence of the CIA and a whole bunch of other. The people who left before the revolution, what they told me was that it was a lack of an alternative to a political system that satisfied everyone. He didn't find the middle ground between the people who wanted to stay secular and the people who wanted some sort of religious implications or some sort of religious institution that helped guide the country, that helped keep the country rooted and kept the king in check. There was no check and balance, if you will. build that political system.
Let me tell you something. All those people, or majority of those people who they're not flee, but maybe some of in America, outside the Iranian embassy in Washington D.C., chanting "Death to Shah," were the people who was sent to America by Shah of Iran, the educated, come back to the country and serve the country. So those people who were in America, they've been manipulated or brainwashed by leftists, okay, by far left people. And university is the birthmark or birthplace for left ideology. So when they went to America to be educated, they've been manipulated or brainwashed by left or leftist ideology, and they start doing whatever is happening outside the embassy and so on and so forth. So I agree with you on the other hand that you're saying there were not space to grow politically. That's correct. You cannot start democracy for the country that the majority of the people inside that country are uneducated, or they don't have enough education, university or politically, to give them power to start their ideology or whatever. So you need some sort of dictatorship in that country to start building the fundamental of the, how should I say, the political idea or whatever you want to bring to that society. So when you don't have the people who can starting the political or the ideology in a way to help the country, you cannot start opening up the country to different ideology and so on and so forth. That's why you're right. But the reason behind being him dictator at the time, it was because there was not enough politically educated people inside the country to let him to open up the door for other people to come and express their ideology. Because as soon as he opened the floor to other ideology, Mr. Khomeini came to the mosque and started whatever he was saying at the time. Hence the reason he exiled him to Iraq, and you had other far left ideology, which was Khamenei and Rafsanjani and so on and so forth. So he opened the floor to idea, but what he was getting at the time, it was uneducated, very far Islamic fundamental idea. So hence the reason he came to the point that there is no way and let this ideology to overrule the population. I think to answer your question, or your friend made a claim that he was dictator, he wasn't opening the floor to other ideology, would be that because the majority of the population in Iran, they were uneducated at the time. You had Second World War, so you cannot open up democracy for uneducated population and tell them, guys, you are free. We can now be like a Western country, and you have a freedom of speech, and you can say whatever you want to say. We open it slightly, that's what CIA, as you said, and the MI6 start influencing the other people, the majority of the population, and that's where we are right now. If he was dictator, stubborn dictator, and many people criticizing him at the time, and still now, that if you would have killed maximum 100,000 people on the street, not where we are right now. That's the criticism of some people. They are saying, well, he's not here, but that's the criticism they are making against him right now. Compare, because he didn't do that. We come to this deep shit that we are right now, and those 100,000 people become, God knows, maybe 600,000 during the Iraq war. How many lives were gone away? Okay, if he was in the power, that Iran-Iraq war would have never happened. If he was in the power, all this execution that's happened never happened. If he was in the power, we are not in deep shit we are right now, and we didn't have all this life lost so far.
You certainly know the history better than a lot of people from your country that I have spoken with, but I hear everything you're saying, and I can acknowledge what you're saying. I just would disagree with you that I think he could have opened it up to a democracy. He could have instituted the parliament. He should have been murderous to Khomeini and 100 people. I don't know about 100,000 people, but he could have cut off the heads of the people that came to seek the revenge and take control of your country. And it's easy to look at these things in hindsight, but it's interesting to have conversations with people like you who understand it on a level that I think a lot of people don't understand. And I definitely appreciate the conversation, because every time I have this conversation with someone who knows the history, it just expands my perception. But I still really feel like the big mistake was to not create a political party, a parliament, a system by which the mullahs would not have been the option that the uneducated, the low-info people would gravitate towards.
First of all, the pleasure is all mine. Let's agree to disagree. Let's put it that way.
It's perspective, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I may be wrong. They may be right. Maybe they are wrong. I'm right. Who knows?
Well, no. As you pointed out, I was getting my baseline, my foundation of all this came from people who you say were indoctrinated in college by the left, but people who experienced a true democracy, and what they wanted was for the Shah to create a democracy. Their perception was that we don't need a king, and the Shah should be kind of like the King of England. It's like, okay, yeah, you're the king, but you don't really have any fucking power. They wanted a democracy. Now, you could call that indoctrinating by the liberals, which, I mean, we were in the 70s, right? So, I mean, it makes sense, right? And that was one of the key things that you said. I don't know that I would say they were indoctrinated. They experienced a democracy and said, hey, we can have that. And that's what they wanted.
That's funny. They wanted democracy, yeah, by going to the outside embassy in Washington, D.C., chanting death to Shah and long live Ayatollah. What sort of democracy are you talking about? I'm talking about them. They haven't even read one book of that stupid guy.
Wait. You're talking about a different group of people. The people that I encountered were here in Los Angeles, and they were not pro-Ayatollah. Right? They were anti. In fact, they were the ones who told me this.
How long do you know them?
Oh, I worked for one of them. He was my boss, and then
How long do you know them?
I met the first one in probably 84, and by 87 or 88, I had been slowly educated on a bunch of stuff. Like, I'll give you another one. One of the perspectives that I was given was the fact that when the students took the hostages, they weren't really pro Khomeini. They were anti everybody. When they took the hostages, they were like, fuck America, fuck the Shah, fuck the Ayatollah. They didn't want any of that shit, and that's why they took the hostages. And then shortly after, the mullahs said, wait, we need to take control of that, and they came in and took them away from the students who originally had very, very different ideas. Now, I've said this to people from Persian people, and people have told me, what? No, you're crazy, that's absolutely wrong. And I don't know, I'm just telling you what people that I know had told me about different experiences, right? And so I don't really know. I can only go off of the conversations that I had long in-depth conversations with people who are politically aware, and kind of say, okay, this is what I've heard, right? And kind of share what I've heard in these various different perspectives, right?
Definitely, yeah. I respect that. No doubt, as I said from the beginning of the conversation, no doubt some people felt that way, but I can say not handful, but not too many, to be honest. Maybe at the time the population of Iran was maybe 40 million. 1979, out of 40 million, maybe 10% who felt the way that you're expressing, that educated.
And that's what you said.
10%. Sorry, carry on.
No, I was just saying, you're saying that you're putting the percentage at 10 out of 40 million think the perspective I just gave.
I believe so, yeah. The way I think now, I can say 10%, which is make it 4 million.
10%? I thought you meant 10 people, sorry. 10%.
You think 10% didn't consider population who felt happy and living their life. That's what bring me back to what I was trying to make my point about giving democracy to the people who doesn't have no knowledge, because what democracy says, if a country or a government that is in power and backed by 90%, you have to obey to that. Is that not democracy says?
Yes.
Exactly, sir. And then, what you can do, you can express your opinion in, as you said, in point, which I said it from the beginning. I agree with what some of the stuff that you said about the parliament and so on and so forth, which again, I take you back to what I said earlier about there was no time for him in 30 years to establish that fundamental or foundation of kind of democracy that he can trust and open up the floor to other parties. 30 years, just imagine. You're coming out of the Second World War, your country was, during the war, being obliterated. In the war, you had disease, you had all sorts of problems. You need to give it time. Exactly what this IRGC and mullahs, they've done with the country. Every time we came out to the street and we seek our right, they were saying, give us time, You must die. You must die.
Yeah,
But he didn't say that. Yeah.
That's where I disagree. I think that he had the time to do it. I think that was his mistake. He fell back on his own power and didn't progress fast enough.
Politically or economically?
Politically, economically,
Yeah.
he raised the standard of his country from a third world nation to a first world nation in a remarkable way.
And I think that was one of his big mistakes, because our people were not ready for that. You see, if you take a guy who's riding a donkey and put him Ferrari, he doesn't know how to drive the Ferrari, doesn't have the license. But what he did, he took that guy off the camel, off the donkey, off the horse, and he gave them Ferrari, which they didn't have the license.
That's interesting. I've never had somebody say that to me in this kind of conversation. I've never had somebody say that. And I'm not sure I agree with you, but I've never had somebody present that argument with that.
Yeah, because you just agree with.
I do understand what you're saying. I'm just not sure I agree. I think maybe some people, yes, but I like
You just said economically, he took the country from third world country, third world country into top ranked country. So obviously, the way they rank the country is based on the wealth of the people of that country. So that's mean the people at the time, they were wealthy to announce the country, not third world country anymore.
Yeah, I've just never had somebody present that concept economically. Advancing too fast in the move from a strict religion to secular or to a semi-secular. Sure, that has absolutely been part of the equation that's been part of many conversations I've had on this subject. But economically, to say it that way, nobody's ever presented that to me. Right, and I'm not sure I fully agree, but I do see it as an influencing element that I've never really considered.
It's something that you can think about it, perhaps.
No, for sure, and it's all analyzation and looking back in history and trying to kind of understand. It's not like we have a time machine, we go back and change things or anything, right? But I do find these conversations to kind of understand how we got to where we got to. Very, very fascinating, right? In the geopolitical sense of what I believe is going to happen next. Were you in the room earlier when I was saying what I think is going to happen next?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Yeah, I'll run it past you. I think that the 5,000 troops from the 11 and the 31 divisions
are
going to end up in Carlisle and Bandura Abbas. I'm sure I'm butchering the name of that city. And I think it's going to be the gateway. And I think they're going to put Malawi on the ground. And I bet you they've hired a PR company and they're going to shoot video and they're going to be like, he's returned. And I think the IRGC is going to splinter. Some of them are going to turn and join the king. And some of them are going to fight to the death. And some of them are going to head for the hills. But I think it's all going to happen within the 60 days that Trump has. It's going to break in the next couple of weeks, and that's going to be like a phenomenal thing to watch. Like, this is better than any reality TV that we got going on, right?
Yeah, definitely. No, I mean, the way he's planning the whole thing is genius, right? And the way he's doing it, from day one.
Yeah, I was saying that yesterday with this guy King Navi, if you've spent any time with him, where he was basically saying like, well, how he was regurgitating on a different level the why aren't you protecting the straits? Like, didn't you know? Why didn't you have your ships in place? Blah 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 blah. I said no, it was perfect. He had less American targets in the water. they did everything they needed to do, but at the same time, they knew that they were going to fire randomly at all the neighboring countries. So he basically just said, okay, let them fire off all their stuff, let them hit some of the other countries, let the other countries get mad, let Britain and France and Japan get all scared, and then they're going to do the escorts in and out of the strait. Like, when you look at what he did, there's a precision to the entire plan. And
let me shed some light for you, William. You're a very educated person, and I can feel that. And it was very enjoyable conversation so far. Let me just shed some light to back you up on that one. It was very precise. It was well planned. This is not a plan that made last month or 2 or 3 or 1 year ago. This plan was meant to happen during his first term in the office. But unfortunately, what happened at the time, COVID hit the ground. That's why his plan, which is now we see it, is gone on the shelf till now. This plan is not a 1 year plan or so. This is planned properly. To be precisely hitting the target, you cannot, because remember, you are not dealing with classic army. You are dealing with the terrorist funding group. These people, they are educated for a street war. Okay, IRGC people. Hence, you've got Hamas. Hence, you've got Hezbollah and Houthis. They are master in a street fight, but they are not military. So, to plan for such a group, you have to have a very good intelligence on the ground, and to gather those intelligence and information, you cannot have it in 2 months or 1 year or so, because you know where to hit, to know where they're hiding their missiles, to know where the factory is a massive operation, intelligence operation, and this operation is a long-term gathering information.
Oh,
remember,
absolutely. It goes back before that, and maybe you watched basically what happened under Massa Amini happened at least 3 times that I can think of. One of them, and I don't remember the years. You would probably remember the years. One was under Clinton, I believe, in his second term. One was under Bush, I believe, in his second term. And then one was under Obama, where basically we said, yeah, we got your back. You guys go right ahead. We got your back. And we were like, oh, no, I'm sorry. You changed our mind. Right?
That's right.
I don't remember what those 3 years were, though.
So we had Mahsa Amini, it was 2 years ago, so 2024. We had...
I thought that was 2023.
Okay.
Yeah, 2024, 2023. I thought it was the end of 2023.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. Just 1 second, sorry. Sorry. So we, as you said, we had during Bush office, 2017, 2018, we had 2019, 2020, that was because of the fuel prices. The 2017, 2018 was the mostly economic protest, and that, yes, you're right, it was between between 22, 23, and then the last one was the 25, 26.
Yeah, there was ones before that. I can remember one under
Oh, there
Clinton.
were many. Small ones, yeah.
Yeah. But I just don't remember what years there was. There was one under Obama. I want to say it was his first term. And I thought Obama, because I was watching some of what he was saying, I was like, damn, I think Obama might go in and do something here, right? And then he just didn't do it. And then we got the JCOP and it just went a totally different direction. But those plans that you're talking about, that Trump...
Yes, the green movement you're talking about, 2009.
Yeah, that was it. The green and red movement or something like that? Wasn't it?
No, it was green movement 2009, and then we had a smaller protest 2011, and then we had another one in 2015, which was the JCPOA deal, nuclear deal.
Right.
Yeah.
But the plans that Trump has implemented, they were in place all the way back then. The Pentagon had these plans.
Yes.
For decades. I just think that they went in and revised it and put some strategy towards the order in which things would happen and the timing of it. To me, it's the pacing that seems the level of precision.
I'd like to ask you guys what you think of how it goes back, precedes everything you're talking about, and I won't know the names, but when they installed the Shah and they did a coup for the Shah after everybody thought the Shah, well, not everybody, but that led to, what you call it even, the Khomeini group, so to speak, in there. I'm not using all the terminology, but how do you guys factor that in?
Well, that's what we've been talking about for the past half hour.
I missed that part. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, my friend here, whose name I'm not even sure I know, but I did add you on this as a friend and help me to learn your name. But he can basically recap it for you way better than I can. And that's what happened. Is he was recapping it, and I came in and said, well, like you're really good based on my knowledge, but there's some nuance here. And then him and I have been just going through the nuances, and he's much more of an expert than I am.
William, it's been a pleasure talking to you for the past God knows how many hours. Unfortunately, I have to leave. It's my daughter's birthday. So I proudly just follow you. All pleasure talking to you. Hopefully talk to you.
Yeah, likewise. And I don't know what the words are, but it's, God willing, I think we're on the verge of it once and for all.
Thank you. Have a lovely day.
You too.
So, William, then I'll ask you, was he giving a favorable view, a nuanced favorable view of how the United States stepped in and messed with their election?
He is incredibly knowledgeable on the history of it. And when he first started speaking, I asked him how old he was, because he seemed young because of the perspective that he was given. But then when I questioned him on some things that happened before he was even born, he actually was very knowledgeable about it. But essentially, what happened was the Shah was not the nicest guy, and this is what we were debating: is he didn't create a political system that would counter the mullahs, and the Ayatollah basically had been exiled. He had been brutal to them, and they came back and sought revenge. But they came back and sought revenge because there was a number of elements that wanted something other than the Shah, because the Shah was basically, he was taking it from, he educated his people, and suddenly he's going to have to change this deal up here. And basically Britain went, whoa, wait a minute, because they were way more dependent on the oil than the US was, and the CIA was like, wait, we don't like the fucking shit the Russians are doing on the ground there, because the Russians were playing around in there as well. And so there were all these manipulating factors that were going on there. And the CIA came in and was floating money around. And there was just so many different factors that were going on. And that's what him and I were kind of parsing out and getting into.
My main point, I appreciate that, William, but my main point is that he wouldn't have been, he was installed. It was like,
the Shah?
Yeah.
His father was installed.
Well, okay, yeah, whatever. There had been a quote-unquote democratic election that had nothing to do with the Shah being in power. And the United States arranged for the Pavlovis, or the question is, it seems like most of the discussions don't take that into account. They just talk about how bad they would rise to power.
Yeah, we really didn't get into that, and I question, because he did give me a date that seems in opposition to what my understanding was when his father was put into place, and it's a bit of a stretch to say that they had a democratic system prior to his father being instituted in, and he was put in by the British. But basically, yeah, you have. I've known quite a bit of Persian people going all the way back to the 80s, and that was kind of what I was saying to him, is the ones that I know that are older, that are in their 50s and 60s now, have a clear set understanding that the Shah was not exactly the nice guy. Right?
No, he tortured people and killed them.
Yeah, it wasn't just Khomeini and the mullahs, right?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
I'll give you my opinion then, since I kind of brought it up. My opinion is that we futz around. The United States kind of has, well, I say United States, but the CIA, the idea that we know what's best for the rest of the world idea, right? Is that we like there was Allende in Chile. If they're not a leader we don't like, if they're going against our quote unquote interests, we might be mainly making money. And I am a capitalist, so but I'm not what I call vulture capitalists. I think it's just conveniently forgotten that everybody, all the rooms I go into, everybody conveniently forgets what happened before why the mullahs are in there now. It isn't just like all of a sudden they appeared and all the Iranian people wanted them. It was a series of events set in place for what I understand mainly by the United States. And so it seems like a little bit the roosters are coming home to rest a little bit.
Well, when you get into how the mullahs got into place, it was purely the CIA. Basically, both Carter and Reagan were making a deal saying that if you hang on to the hostages, and this was one of the things we had a conversation with about how the hostages were originally taken.
I know that Reagan deal, right?
Yeah, but Carter also made the same deal. Reagan just made a better deal. Right? That's how he got to be president. That was the beginning of the Iran-Contra thing, yeah. And the CIA, absolutely. We talk about Chile and all kinds of Guatemala, Costa Rica, like all of Central America, a bunch of different regions where we've basically done exactly what you're talking about. But the original instrument father, if you will, was more about Britain. They relied on the CIA for part of that operation, but it was not a CIA-led operation. It was not a U.S. intervention. It was not a U.S. plan. Britain needed that oil. We were like, whatever, right? Like, we had our hands full with so many things. They just helped. We helped out, and our interest, at least this is my understanding, the way it was explained to me by Persians back in the 80s, was what our concern was the Russians, because the Russians were basically coming in and saying like, well, we're going to fucking take this shit, right? So what we were trying to do was keep the Russians out of there and keep Britain happy, right? It was part of rebuilding Britain's empire.
So I'll bring it up to date then, is that the scuttlebutt that people talk about is that really, if you just don't think that Trump's doing Israel's bidding, you would think that then there's more going on, which is kind of countering China. And
absolutely.
Yeah, so I think that's probably the bigger view of what's going on, although it's very tricky.
No, you're absolutely right. This has as much to do with China. If you take Venezuela and 5% of Chinese oil and the 50%, we now control 20% of China's oil, right? And now there's this supposed secret deal that we're about to make with Russia that has to do with energy and a whole bunch of other shit, right? And it's supposedly why they haven't settled the Ukraine shit, right? And Trump was basically like saying, okay, keep delaying, don't take the deal I've offered you, right? And now Putin's going like, holy shit, I should have fucking taken the deal. Because now he's going to come back again. Oh yeah, that deal's not on the table anymore, bro. Now here's what the fuck deal is going to be, right?
Well, explain that to me. You mean the leverage of controlling Russia's oil? Is that what you're saying? Or I guess I don't understand the nuance there.
Okay, so basically a lot of what's happening now started with Saudi Arabia and China bypassed the petrodollar. They made this deal to build a refinery in China, and for Saudi Arabia, we created the petrodollar over Saudi Arabia, which is why it's ironic, bypassed it, and basically the whole world went, what? We can deal outside of the petrodollar, and all of the sanctions and basically the discounts that Russia and Iran and Venezuela and all of that stuff that's been going on underground has been undermining the petrodollar. But basically, Trump has been gathering leverage, and now he has way more leverage to make a deal with Putin, whatever that deal may be. And we can theorize what that deal is, right? But we are now in a position that has way more to do with China than I think. And there was another guy who was in here who just went off on the ratings who were in the room, right? He just was so vicious. It was basically saying, you really think that Trump cares about that? He's like, no, this is all about China. And it is about China. I don't think it's all about China. I think Trump wants Pavlovi to sign the Abraham Accords so he can say, I deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. And I think in his ego mind, that's a huge component of it, right? He wants to go, I got Iran on the Abraham Accords, right? Like it has to do with so many different things, right? But the fact that we box China in an extreme way, and right before he's about to go over there and have another meeting with him, and then Putin's on the sidelines going like, holy fuck. I mean, he basically just bitch slapped both of them.
But that's all fine and dandy, and I get it, but what about the fact that the oil's disrupted now, and Iran isn't just, I don't think, but who the fuck knows, whether or not they expected such resistance continually going on, and bombing of UAE and all that shit. I'm cursing now, but I hope that's all right. But the fact that...
Fuck. Curse all you
fuck. Okay, I got it out.
Can you get a motherfucker in there?
Sure. Just for kicks. So anyhow, I think that, I don't think, as everything goes, that sounds like a nice plan, but I think he stepped in some dog shit.
No, see, I disagree with you absolutely, and I was having this conversation with
Bobby.
Bobby.
I want to hear a cogent argument that...
Yeah, and it's funny because King Bobby was just popped in the room and then popped out. We were having this debate yesterday, and we agreed to disagree at the end of it, but both of us put up a pretty solid argument on it. Here's my argument is, I think it was incredibly precision done, the fact that he didn't bring everything to bear. Now, I think the timeline got escalated when suddenly Israel found out they were all going to be in the same place at the same time. But this plan was long in place. And essentially what he did was he sat back and he said, Iran's just going to fire a bunch of fucking shit. And they're going to hit all the fucking neighbors who have our military in their countries. And then we don't even have to convince Saudi Arabia, right? Because we can't convince them. None of the Arab states want to attack Iran, right? And I've been saying, I think the fact that this has all been an Israeli kind of leg, like this is all about the Israelis and we're just giving them support, is all about the long-term PR of this thing. Because essentially in the long-term sense, if this brings peace to the Middle East and suddenly Iran becomes like Dubai, is the jewel of the Middle East, and Israel is the one who did it, the Arab world is going to stop hating Israel as much as they do now, right? Because they're going to say, well, look, Israel brought peace to the Middle East, right? And that's going to be a better thing for the lasting peace.
No, man, they're still going to hate Israel.
Well, yeah, okay, I know that, but it's still going to be better than the U.S.
Hey, William, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn. You want
No,
to buy it?
I know it'll still exist, but I'm just.
They might just start attacking Iran randomly as like a secular outpost of the West.
Wait, what was that?
Well, that's a whole other view.
That's part of why balkanization is being left on the table. I think mostly for negotiation purposes, but, as a threat. Right, balkanization means a lot of borders, means a lot of military presence, means identification, then like a slow federated system.
You think that there's going to be a balkanization of Iran?
No, I think that's being threatened in order to get a more peaceful secular Iran. But I do think it could end up being there's like regions that end up being cut. That get bordered off.
Yeah, I would completely disagree.
Okay.
I think the whole thing is going to be over before the 60 Days of the War Powers Act.
When do you expect America's military engagement to be over?
How do you define military engagement?
All fleets withdrawn.
A year?
A year. That's not crazy. And after that year, 1 second. After that year, you expect what? A replacement government?
Oh, no, the Pahlavi will be on the ground before the 60 days is up.
Okay, so you think there'll be a competing government?
No, I think the RGC is going to implode. Some of them are going to switch sides, some are going to run to the hills.
Okay, and what's the timeline you give for that one?
Like they're in a Hollywood movie.
Okay, what do you? What's your timeline for the implosion of RGC?
Sure, I'll give it to you. So the 11 and the 31 are on their way. That's 5,000 people. We've already decimated all the defenses of Kharg Island. Right? There's nothing really left for them to even be able to fight against. So we're going to walk right in to take Kharg Island, so that 90% of their oil is going to keep flowing. Britain, France, and Japan are all sending ships there to do escorts in and out of the strait. One of those two divisions, I don't know enough to say whether it be the 31 or the 11, is going to take Bandar Abbas, which is basically the coastal town that is right there where the Strait of Hormuz is, which is what we have to fear, and that's what we're going to take. And if Pahlavi actually has the 70,000 soldiers that he claims that he has, we're going to create this door. That's the threshold, and they're going to come right in. And they probably already hired a PR company, and there's going to be video on the ground. So you got the guy who may begin.
They're planning marching conquest with the king.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah, he's going to be on the ground.
I mean, just imagine the photo op.
That's what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is counter that to the replacement Ayatollah that people are saying might be gay, right?
That is funny.
Do a photo op, right? And the IRGC is going to say, wait. Nuremberg trials, traitor, amnesty. Then he's offered amnesty to all of them. He's like, look, just join us, put down your arms, go home, whatever. I'm not
Right. The Shah just wants an Iran where it's safe for the Ayatollah to suck his dick.
That's right.
That's very well summed up.
Well, I'm a guy from New York. I think in terms of PR.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Think in terms of PR, right? If you don't think they haven't already thought this through, come on, man.
Okay, so what's the timeline for the Grand Armada?
Oh, I think that Trump doesn't want to go past the 60 days or go very far.
You think Trump wants to be like at the front of the marching band?
No. He wants to be in the background, like
yeah, he'll see if the guy gets shot.
Well, okay, I'm not saying it's not a body double that hits there.
Sure. Okay. We gotta play some games here. This is Iran we're talking about.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. It is a crowning jewel if Trump can liberate it.
No, the crowning jewel is they signed the Abraham Accords.
Abraham Accords, right? And then there's a peaceful Middle East, and Trump says, "You're welcome."
Yeah, but Israel gets to take the credit.
Do you know what was it? Iran, they were praising Bibi. Trump's going to call this Trump's peaceful Middle East plan.
Yes, and there'll be a Trump tower right in Tehran.
Right, 100%. They're going to make a giant T tower just to like. They're going to do it because it's gaudy and he would love it.
Yep. And
I want to make a Club Med Tehran.
Honestly, I would love to visit Iran. I'd love it if Iran was peaceful.
I was there many years ago, but it's so long.
What year was it?
68.
68. That's a different world, man.
Yeah, in fact, the Shah's birthday was, it was. It was totally different.
That's insane. Oh my god.
But I was just passing through. I was a hippie going to India, you know.
Right. Different time.
Whole different time.
So did you smoke some hashish while you were?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
They got good bars there.
Did you make it with a Persian woman while you were there?
No, I was only good at masturbating at that point.
It's
the
okay.
Arabian Nights.
They're hard to get into. At least the ones here in LA are.
They're beautiful.
Oh, for sure. They're just really hard to date outside of the culture.
Oh yeah, right. So
Gotta maintain that Persian.
Yeah, it's the ones with the blue or the green eyes that are just like, oh my god.
But it's cool. It can be peaceful. All the diaspora Iranians are probably going to open up ties.
Ties or Thai restaurants?
Ties with a liberated Iran. Right? They're all thoroughly Persian still.
Yeah.
Some of them remember the place and go back occasionally.
They have relatives there.
Right. They're like a tight-knit community. And they all have the language. So I'm saying like, and you know, they're successful here in America. There's a whole bunch of Persian Americans that do amazing.
There are more Persian Americans in Los Angeles than there is anywhere outside of Iran.
And right, that's crazy. So I'm saying like, LA is going to immediately open up ties with Iran if it gets liberated.
No, for sure.
And it's going to be a lot of money changing, going back and forth. It's going to be helpful to do both.
It will be an amazing time if this actually all pans out.
Yeah. We'll get a Persian influence in Hollywood. I love it. Because Hollywood's up for sale. Persia is in the mood to buy some propaganda empire.
Well, I think it's already been sold.
Oh, why? Who bought it?
Allison.
Nah, okay, so, yeah. So that's more
Allison got Warner Brothers by paying off Netflix.
Yeah, and he's going to fire half the town. So what does that mean? That means that they're for sale.
Okay, I got into this argument with the guy in one of the entertainment rooms here in Clubhouse. He's
not going to employ all of those people.
Okay, but what is he getting rid of?
Redundancies.
Right.
He doesn't need 100 editors.
They're not employing 100 editors. The editors get hired on a temporary basis and work on a particular show. That's not going to go away.
Okay, so he fired production staff. He doesn't need all the producers.
Publicity, distribution. Yeah, there's probably 3,000 jobs that are on the line of people who are not actually in the creative space.
Right.
You're right. Absolutely. But that doesn't mean it won't be.
That means they're for sale. Meaning those people aren't worthless. You're thinking they're worthless and they'll just be expendable. I'm saying they will run their own companies in competition.
Who will run their own companies in competition?
The fired executives, the redundancies. Yeah. They're going to make new production houses. They have all the contacts. They know what to do. They just aren't employed anymore because apparently they're redundant.
Okay, hold on. Do you work in the entertainment industry?
No.
Okay. The executives are not what is going to be gotten rid of. The executives that are producing shows are going to still continue to produce shows. What's going to go is the administration. So people who work in distribution, people who do the accounting, people who do publicity, right? It's pencil pushers that are going to go, whereas the creatives, the executives, the people who are producing shows are still going to continue to do that, right? Warner Brothers will operate as its own production unit separate from what Paramount's doing. If Netflix had gotten the deal, that's not at all what would happen. Anyone who understands there's ever worked for Netflix knows they would have been destructive to the actual creative aspect of the Warner Brothers deal, right? Because they don't give a fuck about anything other than the streaming, right? So the death of the movie theater would have been escalated, right? And a whole bunch of other things would have been escalated. So it put his political beliefs aside, put whatever your political beliefs about
He
Ellison.
feels he's saving cinema.
He's saving the creative aspects of Hollywood. And yes, 3,000 people are going to lose their jobs. And okay, I feel sorry for them, but that doesn't mean that the people doing the productions are not going to go away, right? The executives aren't going to run off and create some other studio. Yes, they will let some executives go. The bloated ones, the ones who aren't very talented, who have picked bad stuff, right? When you have 10 EPs on a fucking film, you don't need 10 EPs on a film, right? So it's not as though we're going to suffer content-wise or the creative. The
creative stuff is always going to come through. It doesn't even matter if you're to try to destroy it. Put it all into one company.
Yeah, absolutely. And so for me, that was the best deal that could have happened, other than Warner Brothers just not fucking selling themselves.
Well, we'll see what else it does.
Absolutely. And I
You
like
know,
everything
controls the
I
whole
say,
place.
I could be totally wrong. Right, but it's not just
Your resume there looks pretty good for knowing this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I got a bit of experience in it, but there's also another guy who owns like 10 different studios all in around LA that has leveraged himself. He's like studios, like various little, not like a studio you've heard of, but places like South Bay Studios, like just the studios themselves, rental facilities, and he bought up all these different ones and got himself so fucking leveraged. And now a lot of them are sitting empty, and he's trying to basically consolidate like all the equipment and into the studio, just everything that you would need in one place at about 10 different places all around town. And he's leveraged so bad that thing is about to implode, and that's going to get snatched up. And if Ellison takes that, he's going to own fucking Hollywood. He will be the dominant king of this fucking place and all entertainment on so many different levels, because there's this train of thought that essentially as streaming kills distribution, which is what is happening, the executive mindset is to consolidate, bring everything back to LA, whereas when distribution still kind of existed and we had this illusion that films and TV could make money versus streaming.
Yeah, that was never going to work.
Right, but the idea was we go outside of Hollywood and we shoot where it's cheaper, right? And now they're more worried about consistency and a sense of solidness in the numbers versus trying to save money. So they reduce the number of productions down, but don't want to have absolute
I mean, they're
control.
still playing streaming, you're saying, right? That is the future.
Yeah. But all of production is going to slowly start coming back to Hollywood. Right, the runaway productions we used to call them, which started with Canada back in the 90s or whatever.
So you're saying they're snapping back to LA. Why exactly? Isn't it still cheaper in those other places they moved to?
It's still cheaper in those other places they moved to, but it's this phenomenon where it's like a panic sell in the stock market. Right, so they'll produce less and they'll produce things cheaper here in LA. Right, especially when AI is going to take CGI to a whole other fucking level, right? But the production will slowly start coming back because you're closer to your editing. It's literally this whole move right now. And I could be totally wrong on this, and there's some other people who will just argue me totally wrong on this. And there's a number of experts who like studied this shit who said this is exactly what's already started to happen, right? And Netflix kind of started that whole thing. They bought up right there off Sunset Bronson Studios, and Kitover, which is like this guy who started with nothing, who has like 15 sound stages now. They're humming, they're just roaring in the fucking money. A friend of mine who's on either Warner Brothers or the Universal Law every other day. He's on one of the two. Like 6 days a week. It's like, dude, things are like raging for the past year for a very small selective group of people, right? So it's already starting to come back.
Hey, William, I got a question, please. Do you think that Netflix filters through DEI standards? Do they get filtered, or are they just money driven? Because it feels
DEI
like
standards?
Yeah, when I watch Netflix, it feels like, because I'm not on that side particularly, I guess I would say, where I notice what I consider the woke kind of agenda, even though I'm independent, I notice that more when I'm on Netflix. Do you know of that? Do you think it's just a kind of what would I say, a natural phenomena that takes place because of Hollywood and this and that, or is it actually conscious?
I think that it is a combination of both. We have experienced a change within the idea that voices that never were heard before should get a priority. And that's been going on for a few years now. Like, if you're a white male trying to sell a script, you put a pen name on it, and you pick an ethnic name, an ethnic female name, just put it as PC as I can get it, right? And you're going to sell it. If you try and sell it as a white male, you're not likely to get picked up. So there's this reverse effect, but it is not a mandate from upon high.
And why did that culturally take place? Why is that such a strong influence?
Because the Hollywood system is controlled by the left.
I see. Okay.
And us white males have had our day, right? Like, we're dinosaurs. Our time is over, and we are slow to accept an integration. And so therefore it becomes like the Clint Eastwood out of my cold dead hands, right? So they're tugging on the gun, and we're trying to cling to it. No, you can't take it from me.
So, like Trump didn't get that.
What's that?
Sounds like Trump didn't get that memo.
I think Trump wants to get the Hollywood Peace Prize. Like, he somehow thinks that he's going to come into Hollywood, change content.
So do you think he's like, everybody's got their Trump opinion, right? But do you think he's like playing that multi-level chess game, or do you think he's just winging it, or he's just got some crazy wisdom stuff going on, and so he knows how to wing it and make rules?
I think he's mostly just being a decent president.
Yeah, all of the above, including your decent president. It's all four.
You can call it zany or crazy, but like, he's making good decisions. He's doing things that I'm proud that the president is doing.
For sure, and in full disclosure, I didn't vote for him.
Right.
But I still look at what he's doing, and I'm just like, fucking thank God, fine.
Right.
I get to make the famous Clinton comment. You voted for that woman?
Nope. No, I voted. I'm in California, so my vote doesn't fucking matter. So I can proudly say I voted for Willie Nelson, Kanye West, and then some woman who turned out.
Okay, 1 second. You have to apologize for voting for Kanye West.
I know. It was like
Willie Nelson, there's nothing to apologize for. He'd be a great leader. But
yeah,
if I'm Kanye West,
Kanye was the best one on the ticket.
He would have blown up half the world.
He never would have gotten elected, so I could do it safely and say I didn't vote for either.
Terrible Kanye West.
Okay, but I also work in the industry, and it's like, if somebody ever said to you, "Did you vote for Trump?" I can say no. Then when I'm on the other side of the fence,
would you get in trouble in the industry if you voted for Trump?
What's that?
Would you get in trouble in the industry if you voted for Trump?
Oh, fuck yeah. You can't.
Would they let you alone on it? Would they hear you out on listen, Kamala was inexperienced. Biden was senile.
Quietly amongst, there's almost this like a drug deal in the park.
Hey, buddy. You got a red cap in your trunk? Wink.
Exactly, man. And it's like, and it's growing. Don't get me wrong.
Hey, does the Hollywood crowd know that their relevance, that people, that their influence?
Oh, they're still It's like saying the New York Times doesn't matter anymore. Like, it's got weight. Well, what can you do? It's a more...
Well, it didn't have weight during the last election. They trumped out all they marched out all their celebrities kissing ass.
Yeah, well, okay, but listen, the real loss to the Democrats was on their side again. First, they tried to give us Hillary for like the 5th time, and we had it several times. And that was a loss. And then they weekended Bernie, the president, with Joe Biden, who had already retired. We didn't forget that he retired because he was tired and old and had been in public service for 5 decades. Okay, he retired. So they weekended Bernie, the president, to get rid of Trump. And in those 4 years, they came up with nothing. And they gave us Kamala, the replacement candidate, who was terrible. Just another woman for Trump to punch in the face as Americans cheer.
But it sounds a little harsh to be preaching to the choir that way.
I'm saying the Democrats are to blame. They didn't give us anyone good. What was our option other than fucking Trump?
There was none. That's why I voted for Kanye West.
Listen, I got Obama. Obama was like a pivotal thing, and he did a fine job as a president. Decent. Not exactly what I would do, but whatever. President. Great. Good job.
Big Sam, I hope.
And then what? Kamala and Biden? Get the fuck out of here.
I hope you don't take offense, Big Sam, but I voted for MC Hammer.
I do take offense. He would be a bad president. Listen, I have no problem with a ridiculous vote, just so long as it's someone you actually think would do the job well.
You're a little too fucking serious for me, dude.
That's why I'm telling you, Willie Nelson is a good choice.
Well, I live in Willie Nelson land. I live in Texas.
Okay, so you understand that he would be an excellent ruler of America.
He rolls good
I
chimes.
don't know about that. I've met the man 3 times. Spent some time with him. Got high.
Hey,
He built a good organization.
I respect him, but I don't know.
William, I'm gonna bug out, so I'm gonna be a little assertive here. Thanks, listening. Of all these people you listed, was there any one incident that just thunderstruck you of all these quote unquote celebrities? You know, not just the fact they had money and bullshit, but was there any of them that like you went, wow, it was impressive for some reason meeting them? Is there at least one you can tell me?
On the good side and the bad side.
Good side.
Tom Selleck is the most incredible human being. Truly cares about everyone that he encounters and interacts with. James Van Der Beek would not leave the set till he shook the hand of every single person who worked on the shoot. Literally stood there and waited for the wardrobe assistant to come out of the bathroom. Just stood there for 5 minutes waiting for her to come out so he could thank her for her job and shake her hand. Both of them absolutely phenomenal human beings.
Okay, then I
He
guess
passed away recently.
Yeah, he did.
on the other hand, like who was just scummy?
Mickey Rooney was like the day he died.
Oh, that like short, evil, racist guy?
Yes, dude. I did a celebrity golf tournament with him. The producer walks up to me and goes, are you like calm and even keeled? I'm like, yeah, I know a lot of shit with it. He goes, so if someone starts screaming, are you gonna be like okay with that? And I'm like, really? The fuck, right? He goes, okay, so here's the deal. When Mickey starts screaming, you just take the camera off your shoulder and don't just point it to the ground. Don't just stop recording. Point the camera to the ground so he knows you're not recording.
Oh, seriously? Wow.
And I went, oh, okay, right? So we don't even get that. We tee off. We don't even get to the hole. The first hole we don't even get to. And he starts screaming at his
Right,
wife.
he hates his first club.
And he literally, before he starts screaming at his wife, he looks over at me and practically nods at me. I'm about to go off, dude. Right? And so he screams at his wife, turns to me and goes, you're not filming, are you? And his son goes, look, Dad, he knows the deal. The camera's pointed to the ground. And he proceeded to yell at his son and his wife the whole time. But here's the best part is, whenever one of them had a legitimate point in the argument, because I'm literally sitting there like keeping score, like, okay, one's for Mickey, one's for the wife, one's for Mickey, one's for the wife, right? Whenever she had an actual legitimate point, he would grab his heart and go, what? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Like, you remember Sanford's son? You trying to give me a heart attack? You trying to kill me? figured if I just got him high off of weed, it would even him out. And
Yeah, that'll happen.
Just to keep the production moving.
I don't think pharmacy science has yet, or whatever Andy Dick has wrong with.
Yeah,
That's why he's a dick.
and likes dick. I think that's what's wrong with him.
Oh yeah, double dick.
Yeah.
Well, only is the right time for that.
For sure, but they all are. I shouldn't say they all. A lot of them have their own quirks. Like William Shatner was just an asshole.
Oh yeah, just like rude, needlessly rude to you.
Yeah, I mean, no, not to me, but the worst thing that I saw was, and I don't even know how these girls who couldn't have been more than 18 or 19 even knew who the fuck he was. Right? Because this was a low-budget film before Boston Legal came out and researched his career. And
right, when he was slumming it.
Right, and so their parents must have been Trekkies or some shit like that, right?
Okay, right, the kid that saw the show.
Yeah, but they come up and ask for an autograph, and can I have an autograph, sir, please? I love you so much. He goes, nah, just walks away. Dude, like 5 seconds, what's your name? Right?
At least he didn't try to get a blowjob.
Right. There's another way the story could have gone.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting, right?
No,
Considering Epstein Island, oh my god. How much of America, like, how much did they, like, delete as quickly as they could different senators and people that he had over to that island?
well, that's a whole other. I have a friend.
Listen, the Pizzagate thing was totally right. The 4chan, like, they were passing around kids talking about pizza.
Yeah. A friend of mine is the grandson of a famous actor way back in the day.
Oh, the actors, they were into crazy shit back in the day.
Okay, but his daughter was basically killed the day after he met an ex-president and his wife, who shall remain nameless in a public forum, under mysterious circumstances. She called us, Daddy, please come get me, I'm in trouble. After being extremely excited that she had met them, and I'm not going to say, figure it out.
Is she a carpet eater too?
My friend's daughter? No.
No. The ex-president's wife.
Well, if you're saying Californian ex-president, that makes me immediately think of Nixon.
No.
Let's not
Put the pieces of the puzzle together. Don't make me say it. But anyway, she met them. Okay, listen, she met them and was invited to a special party later that week. She called her dad, my friend, and said, I just met them. Oh, it was so cool. They're so nice. They're so friendly. They invited us to this party, blah, 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 blah. The day after that party, she must have seen something. She called my friends. Please come get me. I'm in trouble. I don't know what the fuck to do. I wouldn't tell me what the fuck was going on. By the time he got to the East Coast, she was in a coma from some mysterious thing.
Don't tell me something.
Explain. 5 days later, she's fucking dead. 3 months later,
at a Hollywood party.
Her boyfriend, who's worth like millions of dollars, decides that he's gonna Jimmy open this window thing that is super hard to fucking window open, right? In his luxury condo and take a dive 50 or 35 stories off to the bottom, just as like, I don't like life anymore.
Okay, her boyfriend offs himself.
3 months later.
That's the official story.
Sounds like MK Ultra.
I mean, that's just some dark, take care of it shit.
Very fucking dark shit. And it took a while for my friend to even tell me the story, right? Like he was struggling with a lot.
What year was this?
This was, I want to say it was the first or second year of Trump's term. First term.
Well, that's crazy.
She was already out of the running. In other words, we already knew she was never going to be president.
Sure.
But long before Epstein.
Well, they have all kinds of crazy stories behind them.
53 people.
Is that the number, like, people tallied?
Oh, that was the number all the way back in the 90s. I'm sure by now it's way up from there. Like I said,
that's what they said. Like, they've had lists.
Yeah, I mean, Vince Foster's the one where you just scratch your head and go, what?
The power the Clintons have and had over this country is scary.
Well, you know why?
No, why?
Because Well, you know about Bush, right? Bush basically was smuggling cocaine into this country, and guess where he was smuggling into? They even made a movie about it.
Louisiana.
No, Arkansas. Military base in Arkansas was the focal point. They made a movie about it with Johnny Depp playing the character, the pilot or some shit.
Okay, I think was that the same movie? A similar thing I saw with Tom Cruise.
Maybe it was Tom Cruise played it.
Which Bush?
Senior?
This is Bush Senior. He's
Bush
saying like
Jr.
shipping drugs in order to get permission to fly a plane.
Well, no, Bushy Jr.
They wanted photos.
He wasn't running one of the largest cocaine.
They wanted photos, and the best way to do it was to just make deals with guys that were shipping drugs constantly into America, and then they just dumped them into Arkansas.
No, that's not at all what was happening. So essentially,
Where?
the CIA was smuggling drugs into this country and flooding it into the inner cities. And then once the Jamaicans brought this thing called straight drop, which is very, very different from crack. Crack, you cook the impurities out. Or no, I'm sorry, you cook the impurities in. Straight drop, they would take cocaine, they would swirl it around under heat and water, and they cook the impurities out. And then they would take that pure fucking cocaine and drop it on a
You
hot
said
fire.
pure a little too lovingly, by the way.
I have freebased a couple times in my life.
Yeah.
What a fucking experience. Like my brain right now is like, I get it. Right? But the Jamaicans originally brought freebase over, and then when crack hit the streets, it doubled as an even better way to destabilize the urban cities. And so Bush was the head of one of the largest.
And why was he aiming to destabilize American urban cities?
Well, why do you think? Racism?
Was it just like no? I'm just asking what was his like stated goal?
Well,
How does it improve his control of America if he destabilizes inner city?
because he destabilizes the black vote. It's Jim Crow, basically. Right?
You're saying that if he gets them addicted to drugs, he can get them arrested and then invalidate their votes?
Incarcerated. It all plays into a number of different variations, but
Okay, but like better like police presence, like just justifications for right-wing type of activities.
yes, the war on drugs, the Crime Act, all of that came out of the crack epidemic. I don't know how old you are with that, but
Well, I'm just asking, like, what exactly is the goal of his crack epidemic? It's just a war on black people.
essentially, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then, okay, so that stopped with Clinton. Why? Because they know that that's where he's dropping. That's where the drug drop is.
Yeah, this is how Clinton got to be president, is because essentially this operation that Bush was running, which ties in the Iran-Contra thing and a whole bunch of things that were happening in Central America, just like Bush's fingerprints goes on everything from the Kennedy assassination to so many different things that occurred in the world. Even the original
Kennedy.
Yeah, even the Ayatollahs were put in place by Bush in an operation that put Reagan into office. But that would be going off way on a fucking tangent. It takes me a long while to explain all that. But
Okay, so Bush masterminded the current geopolitics of today.
yes.
Okay.
But he did it in he was the front man for a number of different ultra-rich people, like
Fronting the CIA that had carte blanche and deniability.
yes, the CIA has controlled what's happened in the world since the end of World War II.
Right.
You know, what a lot of people don't understand is
In opposition to KGB, but then once KGB is gone, just CIA.
well, there's a lot of different elements. Just like there was competing factions within the intelligence community, the CIA and the FBI were in a war with each other because Hoover was a closeted homosexual who controlled this country.
And he was an
Who
asshole.
was gay, who wasn't gay. Well, yeah, he liked asshole, he was an asshole, right? But Bush was at war with Hoover. There was also competing elements within the CIA that came about. They grew in strength after Bush, right? So right now we're in this intelligence community is still kind of a.
How is CIA's competition with FBI relevant to its fixation with toppling / controlling other states?
Other countries?
Yeah.
The
The CIA has like a lot of different channels it functions with.
Yeah, but the CIA was never supposed to be operating on American soil. They were supposed to be dealing with foreign stuff, and Hoover never crossed over.
In the fact that they invited the drugs in.
Bush Bush bringing the drugs in was about destabilizing and being able to incarcerate and being able to have control over certain groups of people, right? And it was also a funding technique, right? So just like the Iran-Contra stuff, when all that blew up, they still needed money to keep funding what was going on, right? And so by the time that Bush took over from Dulles, the amount of money that they could freely spend with by total discretion, like no oversight, was shrinking, right? Congress was slowly saying, wait, right? And so the ability to get the non-discretionary out of the Pentagon was also getting more and more difficult, right? So Bush's dealings in the cocaine trade had many different motivations and factors. Financially was only one of them.
But so how does Clinton resolve it?
So what happened was Bush was bringing that stuff in using military planes, and they were landing at the military base in Arkansas.
Okay.
Because they had the free reign of the governor who was in on the whole thing.
All right, so Clinton knew about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so then why does he get the presidency?
Because he knew where the bodies were buried, and he had the evidence, and he was a part of the whole thing. And then when he stepped up and said, okay, my time.
But Bush ran against him.
Yep. And then it was okay.
Doesn't fully track.
I can understand why you would say that. Look into it. Do a deep dive into it. Like I said, start with the movie. They actually made a movie about this. I was shocked when they fucking made the movie.
About the drug trafficking.
Yeah. But by the time that Bush was even president, his hands were, I don't want to say clean of all that, but he was no longer running that operation. Right? But all of this was being done at the behest of a group of ultra rich people like David Murdoch, not to be confused with Rupert Murdoch. David Murdoch owned Dole Foods, and it's equivalent to the Koch brothers. And there was a whole bunch of ultra rich people who were all
funding the CIA.
They were using the CIA to achieve certain goals globally.
How did they get control of the CIA?
Dulles.
Why did Dulles offer these families control of the CIA?
These people have the money and the power to get people within the government to do what they wanted to be done.
I'm just saying Dulles has a specific biography, origin, history. That'd be a reason why he would be loyal or unloyal to the Dole family.
My understanding is that Dulles was the beginning of it, and Bush took it to a whole other level. I can't give you exact motivations
in terms of toppling other governments.
I don't know.
The whole modus operandi of the CIA confuses me. I'm not sure what they do.
Yeah, it wasn't about toppling other governments. It was about keeping the control of the country in the hands of the people that we wanted versus the people that we didn't want. And so the CIA had a history of going in and saying, okay, these rich people who are controlling your country, they're really fucking shit up. They would do this.
I'm saying, like, who determines which power we want in control of a country? Like a coin flip? That's like, where does that directive come from?
No, that would be.
It's not like maybe if the people put a vote on it, it was like, which of these 7 options in Uruguay do we want to be the ruling power? And we'd have an opinion. Who decides it's the 5? Whichever guy will take the bribe from the CIA.
No, that's what I'm saying. It was. Think of it like we think of corporations controlling what's going on in the world. Only it was people who were owning certain corporations and old family money back then, right? So whatever was happening in Central America was about people who had vested interest in their being able to exploit the resources from those areas, right? Like when you look at what happened in Chile, it was about getting control of Chile. You look at what was happening in Central America, it was about getting control of Central America. And in some cases, it was about destabilizing an entire region. So you had absolute chaos so the cocaine could move in and out of it, right? Afghanistan was about poppies. Like the drug trade has controlled a lot of what has happened in recent modern history, right? And
you think most of all of this is about drugs?
I think a lot of what has happened in our modern history has been absolutely about drugs. The control of the flood of drugs and what those drugs could do to certain points of population control. It's not always just about the money.
Just seems like it shall be legalized and regulated.
As someone who fought for the legalization of marijuana and is on an FBI watch list to this day and has a lot of really weird shit happen because of my time with what was called the movement here in California, where we fought for the legalization of marijuana, when I ran with everyone from Dennis Perone to Timothy Leary to Jack Hare, Michael M. Like, I ran with all those guys and fought for the legalization of marijuana. I struggle with what you're saying, because I see the effects of just the legalization of marijuana has filtered down to, a devastating effect on the youth. And I've seen it come full circle, and I'm not sure that I believe in the legalization of drugs anymore. I used to think, yeah, we need to legalize it, but we need to make certain things accessible and other things accessible only to those who are on some level of addiction, but we're trying to work with them, right? Because I came from a different perspective, like heroin, meth, these things should not just be readily available. Just here, do whatever you want. But
yeah, I'm in favor of regulation. I think most drugs belong in a pharmacy.
Right. And if you're a meth addict, the same as we give methadone to heroin addicts, we ought to have a program in order to try and help these people. I've lost friends to meth. I've lost friends to crack. I've lost
drugs are very bad. But my concern about their illegalization is then the empowerment it gives to independent militias. Whereas with it being legal and regulated, less death happens.
Correct. No, correct.
Right, meaning if it so happens there's like a commodity that is produced in a land that happens to be more enjoyable than gold for all the humans, okay, we can take it out and sort it quietly and calmly without threatening people's lives or killing people. But when you illegalize it, you get people killed.
Sorry, I had to take a quick piss. No, absolutely. But the problem is that when you have criminal organizations that have been profiting from drugs for a very long time, you're not going to those criminal organizations are not just going to say, oh, I'm going to work at McDonald's. Right? So even if you were to legalize
that's not totally true.
Give me your argument.
It's more lucrative and safer for them to fold in to an existing legal system, right, with clemency.
That has not happened across the board in California in the legalization of marijuana.
No, I'm thinking in terms of more a global legalization system to prevent all of the drug trafficking, the dark money. All of these, meaning markets exist where there are things people want. Legalization, like let's say prostitution in Germany, which has been legalized and regulated. It's a vice, but if you keep it in the illegal territory, that's when abuses can happen because no one's checking up on these women and what their experiences are. Right? Which is why legalization isn't like a moral permissive. It's simply saying this is something that the law needs to regulate and be aware of. So, which is why I'm saying, like, you asked me about like this this fun drug that is produced on the planet Earth. I've heard of that story before 100,000 times. We put them in a little bottle in the pharmacy.
I'm saying is that you can legalize prostitution in Germany, but that's not going to stop women from being kidnapped in Czechoslovakia or Russia and sold off into slavery.
It can, because then you're on the record.
Side by side.
Right, meaning, imagine there was a global prostitution registry, such that anyone engaging in any act of prostitution could gain a certificate, right, that this person is not trafficked. Then you would prevent the trafficking, because people that didn't have the certificate from the international regulatory body would be known as like, oh, could be dangerous, could be unsafe, could be unethical. So then you don't go to that person because there's someone down the street that is certified.
You're counting on market forces in a free market.
As better means of detection, yes. Because then it would also be a problem if someone ever offered me a prostitute that didn't have a certificate. Why doesn't she have a certificate?
Well, I'm not saying that it's not a good move. I'm just saying that it's not going to work. And I'll give you the example of the dispensaries here in Los Angeles. There's more dispensaries, there's more licensed dispensaries than there are McDonald's or Starbucks, right? But there is almost as many, if not more, depending on the level of crackdown that the state is.
That's not fair. You're limiting it to one brand. Like, are there more dispensaries? One second. Are there more dispensaries than there are coffee shops or burger joints? Not at all.
No. Okay, but let me finish so you understand my point. It's not about the licensed ones. I was just throwing that out as a factoid that makes me go, really? Okay, but the ones that are unlicensed have at points in time rivaled the ones that are licensed, and they pop up and they exist for a certain amount of time, and then they'll either get shut down or not shut down, right? So it has not stopped the growers that are not licensed. It has not stopped the dispensaries that are not licensed.
That's just
transported.
That's you people. I've got places. Yeah, I see places here, different smoke shops. There's always smoke shops, and some of them dabble in some like illegal stuff. And the cops show up and they shut it down. That's like your call. You guys don't have to do it, and you guys clearly don't want to do it. Problem solved. I figured out your problems. You don't give a shit. That's your problem.
I hear that, and they do, and they go about it from time to time. Okay, and I'll grant you that. But what I'm saying is that you're not eliminating the desire to not have to pay the tax or have the license and to stay underground. And I don't think you ever will.
No, you limit it when you actually truly compete. Not just like by creating like, oh, we're not going to touch it. We're still going to like make banking difficult for you. Meaning, when it's genuinely just like General Motors, just like moving in, going like, here's the General Motors brand weed. It's a subscription, comes right to your door, exactly the way you like it. Period. Perfect, pure, direct from wherever you wanted it grown. The end. Boring. Right? Got it in a magazine. Right? That's the level of capitalistic competition. And at that point, yeah, no one gets hurt because it's fucking General Motors. They're not going to hurt anybody. They're going to give you a fucking pension.
Well, the RJ Reynolds, but okay. I guess
you get what I'm saying? Like, Philip Morris, you know, whoever the fuck.
Yeah, I totally get it, and it's not that I completely disagree with you. I just don't think that when you look at the illicit drug trade, especially when it comes to cocaine on a geopolitical global scale, I don't think it's going to work.
You think it's just going to get people killed more?
I think that if you were to...
Do you know that the Roosevelts made money selling heroin?
Yes. I told you, I believe that most of modern history has to do with drugs.
A lot of modern history has to do with drugs.
Yes, a lot. Okay.
And we're developing new ones, right? With AI, we're going to be at like a pharmacological singularity, right?
It's scary.
Didn't you hear? I heard some crazy story of a guy that cured his dog's cancer in 5 days.
What did he use, carnivore or turmeric?
AI. He used AI with like whatever papers there were, and like he cured his dog's cancer or something.
Yeah, I'm just curious what.
Listen, whatever particular brand of. Listen, there's a lot of cancers. I bet there's a lot of dog cancers. Nobody gives a shit. Except for this one guy that cured cancer.
Yeah, it might have been the carnivore, but
you gotta like just ask that guy to care about someone's grandmother.
Look, I'm not anti-AI in any way, shape, or form. I just think it's going to be a double-edged sword. Right? It's going to bring a lot.
Well, it's going to give us headset chains.
Headset chains?
Yeah, like an interface by which it like interacts with us, between us and the world. Right? Like, my guess is it's going to be roughly when Apple comes out with their glasses.
Okay.
When they're like lightweight, they have some kind of a control for the fingers, I guess, and like speakers, then they'll hit you with the AI that takes over your mind, because then they'll just show you what to focus on with the literal lenses. They'll control what you focus on anymore.
Yeah, the Verizon already has a kind of watered down version of that.
That's what I'm saying. When I say Apple has to come out with it,
Yeah.
Apple leads the way in like design. When Apple does it, it's like, oh, that's the way. But everything else before was a BlackBerry, was a Palm Pilot.
Okay,
This
so
is the Apple tech, and they haven't come out with the glasses yet. So I'm saying, when that happens, look out for the singularity, because then they're going to take over people's heads.
Yeah, I got it. I just want to know, are they going to call it eye or eyeglasses? Or
I think that was an old Futurama bit, right?
oh, that's
He had the iPhone, and they said, why is it an iPhone? He takes it in the back room, and they install it in his eye.
Well,
which, by the way, gets away from copyright problems and is clear, straight parody. It's a great one for the iPhone.
well, as someone who's talking on one of my iPhones, I'm definitely in the cult.
That's what I'm saying. They're going to come out with those glasses, and they're going to be like, oh, wow, I can understand multiple languages. I can get subtitles. I can get factoids as I do this and look around. I can get virtual screens. And then suddenly you're in a virtual space.
Yeah, I mean, it's coming. The metaverse will be generated by AI and it'll be personalized. For sure.
Yeah. They're coming out with movies about the AI takeover.
Well, it'll be interesting to watch.
It was okay. I'm curious if he wants to do a sequel.
Oh, I just said the whole unfolding of it. I don't even know what the movie is.
It's called Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die.
Okay. What part of the world are you in?
I'm from New York.
The city or up at state?
A burb of the city.
What, like Yonkers? Long Island?
No, across the Hudson.
Where?
Rockland. Just south of the Catskills.
So it's morning for you.
Mm-hmm. I guess you're a little bit before your morning. I'll tell you what doesn't make sense. Someone was saying that the months didn't make sense because of December. Said it should be the 10th month.
Well, that's because we used to go off of the 13 months. That corresponded with the moon and women's cycles.
Well, he was very angry, and he said we have the wrong calendar. But time zones don't make sense. We should just have a global time, because we all interact with each other too quickly. We're not on like trained timetables anymore.
Look, I'll buy into you getting rid of daylight savings time, but I'm not getting rid of time zones. That makes sense. Sorry.
No way.
Who gets stuck with like 8
Just
a.m.
one global time. The end.
Yeah, but who gets stuck with 8 a.m. is completely dark, and who gets it light?
What difference does it make?
What time do you have to go to work?
You could just have it like anchored at sunrise.
Wait, have what anchored at sunrise?
The time that you want work to start.
I see. So the whole world is still going to go to work at different times, and we're still going to have to wonder what time are you at work, what time am I at work in order to communicate with each other. We'll just have to
That's true the same way.
Yeah, okay. I might buy into your let's give it a daylight savings time.
The only difference is that I could ask you, hey, what time it is? You could look at the wall, and we would all agree.
This is like stoner mentality.
No, I'm serious. Think it through.
No,
Think it slowly. If everyone just has one time, that means that, like, if you travel to a place, like let's say you land in Paris, right? Your watch has not changed. It's the exact same right time.
It's basically saying let's dumb down time for idiots.
No, and slow down. And then when you land in Paris with your clock being at exactly the same time, you ask them what time is like sunrise around here, and they say like, it's about 2 a.m, let's just say, and then you say, okay, cool, I'm gonna meet someone about 2 hours after sunrise. The end.
Yeah, but I live in a world where my phone will automatically adjust the time for me when I land there.
Adjusting it to artificial time zone so everything feels like a 9 to 5 work day.
I go what time the sun comes up, basically. Yeah, you're not getting me on board this trip. Sorry, bro.
All right. It's unnecessary.
Like I said, I might buy into no daylight savings time if they pass it through. I'll be reluctant, but I'll be okay, whatever.
I'd get rid of the time zones.
No.
It's a defunct technology from train timetables. We can all synchronize our clocks, like you're saying. You're just saying we should synchronize our sense of day.
That's what we do.
But we shouldn't, because it's dark where you are, and it's not where I am. But it's the same time.
In your way?
In truth. In your way, we shift the time so that it makes more sense.
The way the world is agreed to. Hold on a second.
I'm saying, the way the world that we agreed to, your way, we shift your clock a few hours so that you feel more comfortable with it being dark where you are while it's light where I am.
I feel comfortable with that.
And I'm saying I feel more comfortable if you and I also share the same time, which we are sharing, even though we're not sharing the same time of day. You're middle of the night. I'm early in the morning.
Yeah, I would rather know that the middle of the night is the same no matter where you are, time-wise. Versus the middle of the night might be an AM for me and a PM for someone else.
Yeah, I'd prefer if it was detached. Then time would be simpler.
Yeah, like I said, it just seems like dumbing it down for stoners who can't keep track of time. That's what it sounds like.
Everyone can keep track of time now. It's just on the phone. Whatever the phone says the time is.
Yes. And wherever I go, it adjusts and tells me what time it is where I'm at. So I'm good with it. And in fact, when the AI glasses get embedded into my face, I won't even have to think about it.
I'm telling you, there's going to be at some point a competition of a global time.
A global time. I'm hoping I check out before this happens.
What is it, UTC?
UTC, is that it?
Yeah.
Universal Basic Income and Universal Basic Time.
Yeah, they're going to have that too.
So could we have other universal basic things like universal basic dates or something? I don't know.
Yeah, what kind of universal stuff can we get?
Well, we could get rid of leap year, I suppose.
Get rid of the leap year. Our calendar will fall out of sync.
Yeah, the whole world will come known in.
I mean, they're pretty good with the calendar. They're keeping track of that thing.
I think we'll figure it out. I don't think it'll be like the end of the world when the Mayan calendar ended.
We just adjust our calendar.
Yeah.
We had to shift it because like the Earth started spinning differently. We track these things.
Oh wait, I have to be a moderator. Hey Christian, how do you feel about a universal basic time?
Universal basic time sounds like a way for the government to spend money. Why doesn't the government just get out of the business of trying to set time? Just let however people want to do time, let them do the time how they want to do it. But I'm just so tired of the government trying to create stuff that, they can't even pass a freaking budget. They can't even tell us where $1 trillion has gone out of the treasury in untraceable payments. They can't even go through the SNAP and the HUD and the FHA loans and tell us what money was wasted or should not have been spent. We got podcasters and YouTubers and people on social media digging all this stuff up, but the government can't do that.
You know why?
Yeah, why?
Because we haven't spent like $10 million to do a survey and a study to figure out why.
Oh man.
We just need to spend more money and we'll be able to figure it out.
Surveys are important.
I'm just so beyond, like, I mean, even down to like the way that like come election time, people act like they don't know how to check signatures. People act like they don't know how to make sure a ballot is legitimate. I mean, it just I don't even understand. But then they'll say, oh, well, we need to spend money because we're going to run out of water soon. I mean, it's insane to me.
Well, I mean, we could figure out the ballot thing by just having like a blood DNA sample or a fingerprint or a retina scan right on the ballot, right? Like if our ballots were like this little iPad tablet, you had to scan your retina, we would know what you would vote, right?
I mean, yeah.
I don't know what kind of standards they have for ballots throughout all these 50 states.
But you're going to have the same problem, which is you're going to have to rely on, a certain set of people in the county or in the city or, how the parish, whatever the case may be. You're going to have to rely on those people to count the actual numbers and then trust that they won't open up the system to allow whether it's China or let's say it's Dominion Voting Systems or some other Smartmatic vendor to go in and change the numbers whenever they want to change the numbers. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Dominion, was that the one that the state of Texas said twice doesn't work? We can hack it.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotten so bad to the point where I don't even. I mean, because I was in an election myself, and that election was the same election where Kerry Lake was. I mean, we know for a fact Kerry won the election. They didn't check the signatures. My name was on the same ballot as Kerry Lake, Kerry endorsement. So they didn't check the signatures, and then they admitted in the law that they're not required to spend more than 1 second verifying
that we ought to have a federal election system versus each state gets to do whatever they want to do?
I mean, even if we have a federal election system, the people at the local level, the counties, the cities, the towns, the parishes, the boards of supervisors, the boards of elections, those folks they're running on unchecked power. The state legislatures, which is basically who people elect as a legislative body, or the assemblies, so some of them I call them assemblies, those folks, they're just letting the lower level local officials do whatever they want. So even if we do have, changes at the federal level, the counties are still the counties, towns, parishes, cities, boards of elections, supervisors. They're doing whatever they want to do. The state legislature has to actually do their job in order for us to have a fair election. Otherwise, I mean, to me, you can stop mail-in ballots. I mean, that might help a little bit, but you still are going to have problems when you get to the signature verification phase. You're going to have an issue at that. Some way of once that person sends in the ballot, you got to verify it's the person who actually sent in the ballot, and not just somebody sitting in a basement, just scribbling, something on a ballot envelope and sending it in.
So are you anti-mail-in ballots?
Yeah, I mean, I would be in favor of stopping mail-in ballots and forcing everybody to come in and, or even doing this. Let's say you had a mail-in process, but you have to come in and verify you actually submitted that ballot. So a trust but verify kind of a system, because even if you let's say you took away the mail-in ballots, right? And people had to come in and they had to vote in person. Well, then you got to make sure that whoever is doing the process, the polling process for voting in person, that they're not fictitiously creating ballots just on their own time or on their own terms. Because you would solve the individual voter problem, but you're still going to have the problem with who is in charge of counting or holding the elections at the precinct or at the parish, county, town level.
Well, sure. If you had a federal election system, you'd have some sort of regulations that they would have to live up to. So let me ask you this. Are you in favor of taking, say, Memorial Day and Veterans Day and combining that into one particular day to support and honor those people, and then making Election Day a federal holiday and maybe making it compulsory like Australia has?
I would be in favor of using one of the holidays we already have and making that into an election day. That way we're not creating an additional day, compounding problems. Just take one of the existing holidays we have.
Wait. So are you moving voting to one of those holidays?
Well, yeah. I mean, you'd have to move the voting to. You'd have to change the day, the day of the voting. But I'm just saying, don't add an additional federal holiday because it's already costing us money anyway.
Yeah. That's why I was saying you combine two into one and then free up one.
Yeah. And then you're saving money because you're eliminating, the need to have, resources used on some other day. You just do it on that holiday.
Okay. I would assume that you're in favor of voter ID.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, but again, I think again that you got, first of all, you got to make sure that the local officials are not cheating the system. And
So, are you in favor of a scanner sitting on the desk when they hand me my ballot and they scan the back of my ID?
yeah, something like that. You know, we use some type of scanning verification system that checks the physical item. You know, yeah, it's gonna cost us money to generate all these IDs. But you know, that would be a cost that I don't even understand why.
It doesn't cost that much to make an ID.
What I don't understand is, okay, we have all these stupid IDs, and by the way, thanks Joe Biden and Obama and the DACA and the Dreamers and the University of California Board of Regents. Thank you for screwing up all of our identification systems, allowing all these aliens to have state IDs and driver's licenses. Thank you very much. But
Okay, so are you in favor of a national real ID?
Don't we have that already?
We already have that.
The tied to voter ID. That's what they say.
So
Should we be forced to get a national ID compulsory, and that is tied to this little scanner? So when I go to vote, I have to provide my real ID. They scan the back of it. They know exactly who I am, and it's been verified. And we no longer have to worry about signing. Because kids get like cursive anyway, so if they can't sign their name, shouldn't we just take the mark of the beast and have a real ID?
Do you think real ID is the mark of the beast, William, or you really
just being facetious. I'm sorry.
I just,
it's really late. I haven't slept. I've been waiting for another mod to come to the room because somehow I ended up with a mod. I just didn't want to leave.
Well, thank you for that. I'll let Matt know
I am
that
being
you
a
helped
little
out.
silly right now, so forgive me for my silliness.
But I do think, and here's the other thing that we got to think about. Yes, you can do all these things for the future, but Trump has got Trump himself, which is going to require the DOJ and the FBI and the DNI and the Secretary of War. They need to indict some people. We're not going to get the rhinos to set aside the electoral votes. We're not going to get the rhinos inside of the Arizona state legislature, which is 100% rhino. We're not going to get the Wisconsin state legislature to do anything. Neither will we get the rhinos in the Georgia state legislature to set aside the electors or nullify the election results or do a formal vote, because there's too many rhinos and there's not enough of us Trump voters inside the GOP to inflict electoral pain on them through every single election going forward. But what Trump can do is he can indict people who were running those elections. He can charge them with crimes. That can absolutely be done. So if he just did that, and he did that on 2020 at the minimum, if he did that, that would be a win. Indict the people in Georgia, Fulton County, in Milwaukee County, in Wisconsin, in Philadelphia County, in Pennsylvania, in Maricopa County, in Arizona, in Clark County, in Nevada. We know who the people are. Indict them. Charge them.
For what?
Charge them with. There has to be a federal law they violated. He could even charge them under. He could even figure out a way to maybe charge them under some type of conspiracy to commit treason or something to that effect. Just do it. I mean, because the fact is, when these Democrats get back in power, they're going to they're going to falsely charge every single person they possibly can. They're going to concoct every single possible indictment they can think of. And I'm pretty sure when Trump gets out of office, they're going to try to charge and indict him again with crossing the street. Okay, I mean, just charge these people with a crime. Just do it so that because if you don't, going forward, you're going to have a segment of the population that just says, well, what's the point? They stole the election from Trump. And then they tried to assassinate him multiple times. They stole the election. They're still stealing the election in places like Arizona and Georgia. Because if you don't do anything, people are just going to say, well, what's the point? Why even bother?
So you think that we ought to bring confusion and doubt into our election system based on things that have happened in the past instead of just fixing it going forward? And you think that would be a positive thing?
They gotta charge those people because then.
Okay, but again, what crime have they committed? How can you charge somebody for a federal crime if there isn't a federal crime being committed?
Well, there possibly could be a federal crime that they violated, seeking to steal federal election seats. So there probably is a way to charge them, or like I said, charge them with a conspiracy to commit treason because they were cheating in the election. Do something, but don't.
And do you think that's going to be good for our country?
I think it would be because it would show that there are consequences for stealing an election. Because right now you have a whole bunch of people. You have a whole bunch of people in the country who think it's okay to steal elections.
Do you think that we're just at a point in which we have two people that are just taking swings at each other back and forth, and one of them has to stop taking the swings, or we're just going to bloody each other continually?
Well, it's either that or we live in a communist Sharia law LGBTQ dictatorship because that's exactly what they're going to do. Well, once they get power.
How do we get to communism and Sharia law?
Because, why do you think they're building up mosques all over Michigan, all over Minnesota, all over Arizona, all over Florida?
Because people want to engage in their religion?
No. They're setting the stage and the groundwork to use their, basically wield their power because they've been allowed to enter the country on a work visa or some other refugee temporary protection status. They wound up getting citizenship. And so, and now that you've given citizenship to people who don't really love the United States, you're going to pay the consequence for that. So they're going to open up mosques. They're going to train. And that's why you have a problem with all, which, by the way, we haven't even talked about all of the people that Joe Biden let in the country who aren't going to do anything to us. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? The idea that we had a totally open, and which, by the way, I've actually physically stood in the open border of the United States in Arizona. So it is a free-for-all, and it's a free-for-all for anybody that wants to come in. But under a Democrat, it is a free-for-all.
Yeah, but what I'm not understanding is how does that get us to a communist country? Which one of the Democrats is going to become the dictator, get rid of Congress, and turn us into a communist country, and eliminate all of the corporations, and suddenly we're a communist country?
Ilhan Omar, AOC, Jasmine
how are they going to become a dictator?
Easily. You saw Joe Biden with the vaccine mandate. He was literally threatening people to take a vaccine or else they lose their job. So it's possible. It can be done. They've already shown.
So one of us is going to get elected president, and they're going to dismantle Congress and eliminate corporations.
Well, they won't have to totally eliminate Congress. Because all Congress does is just sit back and write checks anyway. They're not doing anything.
Okay, so Congress is going to become like a Politburo? How is that going to become communism?
Say that again. Sorry.
So is Congress going to shift to some sort of Politburo? How is that going to become communism?
Well, I'm just saying, for all intents and purposes, all Congress does is write checks. They don't do anything. Unless which is why I'm saying that I'm ignorant. Well, again, tell me what Congress is doing outside of writing checks. Explain that to me. Articulate to me. And even tell me any state legislative body.
Nothing.
Especially the ones that have stolen elections. Tell me what they're doing.
Nothing. That's why I asked you. Do you not see this as two people throwing punches at each other and neither one's willing to stop?
Well,
nothing's happening. We have obstruction upon obstruction upon obstruction.
Well, wait, hold on for a second though. When we had Joe Biden, we did have a dictator because he issued a dictator. Hold on. Let's move a refresh. Joe Biden issued a occupational safety administration standard across all 50 states. He mandated that W-2 employers have a vaccine mandate. And so many. It was like so many employees per. Let's say Fortune 500, Fortune 1000, or medium sized or small business. And so, if you had a certain number of employees, you had to meet a vaccine mandate. And if those people, and the people who did not get it, they lost their jobs.
I don't need to. I have a memory.
I'm just reminding us. Okay, so just we forgot.
Dictator. That doesn't make him a dictator
anymore. It does. What do you mean? He was threatening people out of their jobs. What are you talking about?
That doesn't make him a dictator.
Tell me why that doesn't make him a
dictator. So when you use hyperbolic words, you're punching the other side. You're slapping the side with the hyperbolic.
I disagree. That is.
You say that Ilhan Omar is going to take us to communism somehow, and suddenly she's going to be a dictator that never leaves office, voted in, and somehow the Congress is no longer going to exist. Now, if you said
Congress doesn't function, so let's just say Congress they no longer do their job. So what else you got? So tell me how the other two branches are going to stop a dictator. Just tell me.
Well, there's
Congress exists, but they're effectively, they don't, again, if the only thing Congress does is write a check with no limit or no restriction,
I understand.
What are they doing?
They're still there, therefore it's not a dictatorship because they're not doing anything.
Okay, so they can hold they can hold hearings, but unless they're actually enforcing a legislative subpoena inside their chambers,
I understand, but both sides would take punches in each other.
Wait, one second.
One second
though. And I'm not saying that Congress does not have the ability to enforce a legislative subpoena with the compulsory process, because they do. They can scribble across that checkbook and sign it. That's all they do.
Every now and then they pass laws. I mean, every president gets at least one law through, right?
I mean, you could say that passing, veterans' choice is a big accomplishment, and I would agree that it is. But for the most part, veterans are taken care of. Okay, so
when Biden passed the law that made it easier for victims of domestic violence to get the gun removed from the husband who had been engaging in the domestic violence, was that a good law that Biden got passed?
Bull crap. I mean, and again, passing a criminal. Hold on 1 second. Passing a criminal statute, which, by the way, Joe Biden has taken credit for every major minor crime bill since the 1970s.
Including the one that has severe penalties for crime.
Passing criminal laws like the RICO Act that gets used against President Trump. Passing criminal laws and giving money to states in exchange for prisoners is not a solution. And notice how Congress never passes a law that says, oh, let's check the American Bar Association and the state bars. Let's stop the use of malicious prosecution. Let's hold prosecutors accountable for not showing exculpatory evidence. Let's have a rolling, ongoing investigation of all prosecutor officers across the 50 states. Are they doing that? I don't think so.
Okay. But I still don't think you answered my question.
I did. Any criminal, federal, or state statute that essentially criminalizes people for what you suspect they may be doing, because 9 times out of 10. But wait, hold on 1 second.
It didn't criminalize anything. Instead, you could fill a petition and say, until this has been adjudicated,
One second.
two people are living in the same home, the gun is removed from the home.
One moment.
Until it's been adjudicated.
One moment. A question for you, William. Have you been through a criminal trial before?
Absolutely.
Okay. And was the criminal trial, was it on the basis of an accusation of assault?
No.
Okay, thank you. So I'm here to let me inform you.
Have you?
The way, I was falsely accused of assault, wrongly convicted, and the conviction was set aside. But
Were you living with her?
Say that again.
Were you living with her?
I actually was not living with her, by the way.
Okay, so if you were living with her and you had a gun,
that's aside from the fact. Let's just stay with me.
Facts of the bill. That's what I'm saying. Let's
stay with me.
Stay with me
for a second. Okay, let's stay on the criminal trial perspective. So you have a person. Hold on 1 second. One moment. Okay, inside of the 50 states of the United States of America, you have a person accused of a crime of assault. They're charged in the city, in the county, in the state, what parish, town, whatever the case may be. They're charged, and then they're arraigned, and then the process starts. What automatically happens? And that's just a general question for you. After the person has been detained, they're in custody, they pay bail, a bond, whatever to get out, to be released, or they are released on their own recognizance because they were held for a period of 8 hours or 12 hours. And then they're officially arraigned in front of the judge. They're told what the accuser is accusing them of. What automatically happens either at that point or right after that point?
I'm not sure the answer you're looking for. Why don't you just?
Okay, I'll tell you. The government comes in with what? They come in with a plea deal, a plea agreement. Oh, just take the plea. It doesn't matter. Then anybody can accuse you of anything. You just take the plea deal and let's move right along. Nothing to see here. Evidence doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just
Okay,
take
so you
the
don't take
plea deal. The plea deal is the be all and all. Hey, no. And
I don't think
I'll do you one better. I'll do you one better. And then I'll let you talk because I'm talking too much. Why don't you plead to a crime that you didn't even commit, like pleading to a disorderly conduct, and we'll just concoct that, and you can plead down to that.
No,
Okay,
I would advise you don't do that. But I get that you're probably a little scarred from your experience, and I understand. But my question is, Biden passed a bill that basically said if a man and a woman are living together and they have had a court case has been filed, or custody, could be civil or the other, and the woman files for this piece of paper, this form, I don't remember the number right now, she can have the gun removed from the man who's potentially a threat until that court case has been adjudicated, because they live together, with the idea that she's trying to get out of there. And that bill is either good in your eyes or bad in your eyes. It's a pretty simple, like, no, Second Amendment, all the way, no exceptions. I have the right to own a goddamn Stinger missile and put a tank in my front yard. The founding fathers guaranteed me that right, Second Amendment all the way. Or this will probably save the lives of domestic abuse victims, and Biden did something to protect women. Can you at least give me that Biden did one good thing in the entire 4 years, or everything he did was absolutely evil?
Nope, I'm not even going to give you that one. And sorry, but when you have one moment, let me finish my answer. When we have a equitable justice system that doesn't just charge people with crimes without administering justice, when we have a fair, balanced, equitable, open-minded, even-handed, reasonable process at the county, city, town, and there is no evidence being withheld, there is no funny business going on with what's allowed to be heard and what's not allowed to be heard. When we have that, then I'll agree to you saying that Biden passing another criminal major minor crime bill is a good thing.
Do you mind if I ask Christian a question? Do you mind?
Oh, absolutely. Jump in anytime. There's no rules here. Just free flow.
God bless you. So, Christian, I'm a Muslim, obviously immigrant, and I live in Arizona. You got my attention when you said, look to the mosque in Arizona. So, do you know, like, why you act like there is 1,000 of mosques in Arizona? Why you act there's like the Islamic is spread all over in Arizona? Why would you say something like that? I'm just curious.
Did I say that there were 1,000 mosques?
No, you didn't say that.
What did I say? Repeat.
You said,
what I said.
Look to Arizona. How many mosques over there? Like, how many mosques in Arizona? Can I ask a question?
Yeah, I said look to how many mosques are currently being built in Arizona.
How many?
Well, I mean, I don't know how many are being built, but I see them. I physically see them. I also have many friends in Florida that are also telling me about this happening. I am from I was born in Detroit, Michigan, in Henry Ford Hospital. I know about what's going on with the mafia inside.
You know what's going on in Arizona.
Again, I'm not just talking hyperbole. imagination. And I watched, and again, because Arizona was one of the key states in this, I watched Obama and Biden open up the border by DACA and Dreamers and physically opening up the border, which, by the way, I said earlier, I physically stood in the gaps of the border in Arizona. I actually walked the mountains where people sneak into the border while the Border Patrol is, going around checking for people crossing, fields or crossing through a mountain or terrain. So again, this isn't hyperbole, okay? I've actually done it. I actually lived in it. I still live in it today.
But he's asking you about the mosque that is overwhelming. They're building them on every street corner like a Starbucks. And how does
You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
But the way how you say it is very clear. You don't act stupid, Chris, please, okay? Say I don't know. I have no idea how many mosques there. I'm so sorry. That's it. It's very simple.
I don't know. Can you give us some stats or some data? Because I'm curious now.
Yes, it's only 35 mosques. That's it. Not even 40 mosques. And guess what?
In the whole
It's
state?
over 100. Yes, in Phoenix alone.
Okay, so do you know how many Christian churches there are? Do you have a point of context? How many Christian
It's not less than.
How many Jewish temples? How many Buddhist temples? Do we have a point of reference?
Yeah, we can do the math right now. If you want how many churches in Phoenix?
I'm just saying, if the concept is that 35 churches is going to overwhelm the community of Phoenix and lead into communism, because there's just this influx of
I didn't say communism. I think Sharia law. I think Sharia law.
Same area.
I think Sharia law.
Logical to me, right?
Yeah, you acted like with people like Mormons knocking the doors and ask you to be a convert to Islam. Like you're acting like there's Islamophobia in Arizona.
When you open up a house of worship, hey, I got a question real quick. When you open a house of worship, right? Isn't that like they're under they're basically their funding is basically under the government. So they basically they have to follow whatever rules is set for any house of worship in the country. Like, yeah, you have your different, they want to fight for Sharia law. You got different denominations, they have their own theory on how they should run things, but at the end of the day, they all under the 501c3 and get shut down whenever we feel like it, honestly. So.
Okay, but you're not supporting Sharia law. How many of these mosques are actually supporting or advocating for Sharia law?
I mean, it wouldn't even matter. It wouldn't even matter because that's not in our. It doesn't fall in our law. Like regardless to what, like when you go into the courtroom, you swear on the Bible. Like regardless.
Sure. But if we're giving Christian the benefit of the doubt, and he's saying that Sharia law is coming because of these mosques, it might be an important fact to understand how many of the imams are actually like under the table with some backdoor dealing, engaging in Sharia law.
Yeah, I mean, we can't control what a man does personally, but how it affects the rest of the nation is what we have to pay attention to. If that's what they're doing within their own confines, and as long as it's not breaking any state, county, or federal law, it's what's up. But if you hit a woman, that's against the law. Plain and simple. So, like, trying to bring in your Sharia, it doesn't matter. If in voodoo or in whatever realm, it's fine to kill a chicken, kill a goat, things like that. But in certain states, you can't do that. So you can't practice.
Wait, can I understand that? So you're saying that I'm not bringing my daughter in and having FGM committed in the back room of these mosques?
Explain to me what that means.
Female genital mutilation isn't occurring in the back rooms of these mosques?
If they're occurring, that is illegal. And if it's found out that they're occurring, they should be imprisoned legally under the law, not based on Sharia law or Christian law, whatever, under whatever law that state says they have to be jailed. That is a crime in America. Maybe over there, that's it. It's not like
they don't get special privileges like because I got 10 mosques and I run. Yeah, but if you're like cutting women up or you're doing something else, if you're mutilating chickens in your basement, yeah, you should get shut down because that's not what this is here. We have a different system and it's open for everyone, but it's not open for everyone to get mutilated and killed. It's not. Each individual have their rights. We got something called human rights over here. It's not just civil rights; it's human rights as well. Like you can't just do shit to people, to an individual, and think you're gonna get away with it. So maybe over there you will. Maybe I don't practice human rights in your country, but over here, I practice human rights.
So you're saying I can't bring my gay son into the mosque and in the back room have him stoned to death? Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly
I'm being a little facetious here, right?
You have a gay son in the United States, like, the most you can do is, like, according to y'all, think is disown him and kick him out the house and go live his life. Like, that's it. Killing him and stoning him to death, what's that going to do? It's going to put you in jail here. That's it.
Are these mosques plotting to put a dictator in control and get rid of the Congress?
I wouldn't think so. I don't think they want to take over America. I think they have their own thing that they're trying to do, and in the process, America's aggressive in their international affairs. So in the process, you get aggression is going to be aggression. You're going to have disagreements, and in that, these people that are in these rooms that are having these agreements don't actually go back home and talk to their people about it. Meaning, we don't get to vote on these decisions before it happens. You know what I mean? So when they make these decisions, it's not based off of we're getting blamed for some guy in the office making a decision. You know what I mean? Some asshole that reads the Bible or the Quran has a misinterpretation in his fucking head, and now we're sending off kids to die. Shit is bullshit to me, honestly. But
So you're not advocating for Iwan Omar to take over?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You're not advocating for Iwan Omar to take over and become the dictator and lead us to communism. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I don't think it should be none of our concern who takes over, as long as it's not threatening American lives.
Do you support Trump? Did you fill out the poll at the time?
I supported Trump in the beginning, and I'm typically not even into politics. I'm not really into politics. I'm not really a Democrat, Republican kind of person picking. I'm not like to me, it feels like we're in a fucking schoolyard and you got to pick a side and shit, at dodgeball or fucking basketball or this bullshit. The politics or the world governance is too fucking intricate to be on some. I'm gonna pick one side, I'm gonna pick another side. We got to pick the right people. That's it. You know what I mean? And the whole gangsterizing of politics is ridiculous. It's like the Bloods and Crips now. It's like people are getting killed left and right. Like let's be for real. It's like that. So I don't think that approach is how we should do things. If we're truly going to be a democratic kind of country, there shouldn't be any room for separation. There should be individuals or individual thoughts that are manifesting, and that's it. You know what I mean? People there's a lot of lies and shit happening. So I don't like to choose. I really don't. I like what I heard. I like what Trump was saying in the beginning, but you got to see what a person does after you hear what he says. After he said what he said, a couple of things I didn't agree with. A couple of things didn't make sense. So I fell back, and sometimes you got to fall back and pay attention to everything and see exactly what's panning out. And what I thought was going to pan out didn't pan out to what I expected. I see why. There's going to be friction. There's going to be people pushing against. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. I'm not supporting Trump. I was supporting those ideas that he laid out in the beginning. And when those things, they started complementing my they started taking compartments of those ideas and switching it and changing it. And once that started happening, his credibility went out the window.
It's William. I you supporting Trump? I'm just curious.
Am I supporting him? What do you mean by supporting?
Like, do you? It's funny that Chris, I think he said Joe Biden is a dictator. You don't find Trump a dictator? You don't find him as a qualified supporter?
I did not think Trump or Joe Biden qualifies as the definition of a dictator as per Webster's dictionary.
Okay, when he's a senator or congressman, you don't talk about him being fired.
Like, we don't have dictators here, man. Like, in other countries, like, the dictator is if you say anything about him, there's like no precedent. Like, there's not no one's gonna say anything. There's no like tweet about it. You're just gonna disappear.
Exactly.
Like, there's no like, it's like, he's a dictator because he's threatened. Dictators don't threaten. They just make an order and it gets done.
But with you,
all that shit we got here is fucking beautiful.
Quick.
This shit you're doing right now is like, you couldn't even do that where you're from. Because if you did it, even questioning, you just disappear. There's no like, this is like what we're doing. If you have some power around, you have some people that's willing to die for you, then you might be able to speak. You know what I mean? And in that process, there's going to be laws.
So quick question. I'm sure. Quick question. Wait, before we move on. Okay, so I understand that the United States is not Iran or Venezuela, although there are certain similarities that we could talk about, but we don't have to go down that road. But would you agree that taking away someone's wealth, their ability to earn a living, would take away their health? Means that they would not be able to live because they're not able to earn money.
Now, America is a complex place when you speak about earning wealth. Because there's
Okay, well, let me be more specific. Let me be more specific. When Joe Biden wrote an executive order, like I said, under OSHA, using the power of OSHA to mandate that employers with a certain number of people would be required, that those employees under that employer would be required to take a vaccine or else they were fired or lost their job.
That was illegal. Even under
And a
OSHA.
bad thing. We can all agree on that.
Even under OSHA, that's illegal. That's
Okay.
illegal.
And so would you agree now? So now in the future, because I have a premonition, in the future, when we have a AOC as president, Kamala Harris as president, Gavin Newsom as president, just go with me on this. AOC, Kamala Harris, Ilhan Omar, Jasmine Crockett, Elizabeth Warren. I'll stop right here. I'll stop naming names. Okay. So that you have a Democrat as president of the United States. They issue and let's say this time the mandate is, let's say, maybe it's something that dealing with a home or having housing, and say, well, if you don't comply to these housing standards, you lose your domicile or residence that you live in. So no matter how much money you have, you lose your home and you cannot possess a home because you don't follow these standards.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. It's a hypothetical. It'd be like me saying, what if aliens land and probe everyone in the room anally? It's not likely to happen. Okay, COVID was a different set of circumstances. Okay, you're creating this hypothetical that has very little probability to it. So I don't even know how to answer the question.
Well, not many of us thought that we would ever live during a time where we were threatened to take a vaccine or else we lose our jobs.
Because we were under COVID. Name the scenario where somehow we're all going to accept
the coronavirus again.
and somebody's going to tell you they can do what you just described. You're coming up with the most outrageous, out there hypothetical to make.
It wasn't a hypothetical. They actually did it.
Hey, you know what happened? To be honest with you, the people
back to what you just said. So you're telling me that a person earning, and I'm not gonna let's just set aside the people making $1 million a year. No one in their lifetime makes $1 million a year, and most people probably will never make $500,000 a year. But the average, and let's just say a very good job. So let's say $150,000 to $400,000 a year. You're telling me a person making 150K to 400K USD annually, getting fired and filing unemployment would not change their outlook as far and even their health going forward, because I mean that's not any money. I mean unemployment is not any money. Because you're talking about a person at 150K or $400,000 a year, and that is very, again, I know that's on the high end, but that's typically what most people.
Percentage-wise, how many people in the country make how many people in the country make over 120,000?
Well, I mean, again, we can go down that pathway, but I'm just saying though, for folks who work in a profession, and again, they've worked in a profession for 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, you're gonna work your way up to a certain number. So I'm talking about that kind of hard worker, not somebody that's at the beginning. And I'm not saying anything against people at the beginning. I'm just saying I'm trying to put it in the context of somebody who has a career, they've worked hard for their career.
Right, they got a whole everything like that.
And all of a sudden, this politician writes an executive order to take away their income. I mean, that to me is Venezuela. That to me is Iran.
But look, let me ask you something, because I remember I've seen a whole lot of businesses just shut down when they called. The only essentials was open, like only essential. Well, I lived in New York. So when it happened, there weren't too many people actually going to work. There weren't people on the streets at all. Not till later on when people started coming out. Obviously, a few months later, give it like 6-7 months until people really started coming outside regularly, and some businesses started opening. Restaurants were closed. Then you could go outside and eat at the restaurant. You couldn't sit inside for another 6 months. So it was a slow progression back to everyone actually functioning at a normal pace again, and no one was like suffering much during the pandemic outside of the people that were diagnosed with COVID and things like that. And like you said, the people and a lot of people that was in the low income areas, like they suffered a bit, but for the most part, a lot of people, because of stimulus and things like that, a lot of people left their jobs, took the unemployment, and opened their own businesses. To be honest with you.
But everybody can't do that, because you're talking about millions and millions and millions of people. That's the problem.
Right, but the people that you're talking about, like the people that's making 150,000, that's keeping 150,000, not just like because I know people right here that have like I said, I live in New York. I own property. I have tenants. There's people that have tenants. On paper, it looks great, but putting the cost of living and everything like that, we're barely making it. So I see your point in that, but outside of that, that majority they had different outlets.
That's all that I'm saying, is that for a person that works for a living, and again, we all start somewhere. So young people, you're going to start at $30,000 a year, $40,000 a year, $50,000 a year, and you're going to be at that number for a little bit of time. But after about maybe 25 or 30 or something like that, you'll start moving up higher. But so those young people, yeah, they might fall down, but they'll eventually get back up and people who work in the private sector, who have jobs, who have kids, grandparents, older adults, and all. So, I mean, my perspective on this stuff is totally different from what you would ever hear from somebody in politics, because I'm not just a person that was given a silver spoon. I don't have a trust fund. I don't have, I don't know if my mom and dad is leaving me. I'm not aware of, they probably are planning to give me something, but I haven't been given anything. Okay, I've had to work for every single thing that I have, and when I watch what goes on inside the government, that's the reason why I have the kind of response that I have. When he'll ask me a question about, well, isn't this good about what Joe Biden did about this domestic violence, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, not for a regular person, no. For various reasons. So that's why I have the perspective that I have. And, that's why when people would try to fit, and that's why, one second. And that's why when people would try to fit me into a category, or automatically assume that I'm this or I'm that, most people have no idea anything about me. They just know that, I was just a guy that would come on spaces like this, or I was in politics for a period of time, but they don't really know, I'm just a regular person. And my perspective lean towards that, because that's just who I've been. I've done it.
I hear you, bro. I heard you speaking on another platform. I disagree with a few things. I agree with a few things, but that's the point of having these conversations. So we get some clarity amongst each other as we, But when you had mentioned the Joe Biden thing, I realized like when he it wasn't just if you had an order of protection, they was taking your gun from you. You know what I mean? And sometimes you might get into an argument with a female, and it wasn't, some words were said, and then she says that, you threatened and you have a gun, blah, 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 and your gun is still. So, I understand what you mean in certain aspects of that bill. It was like, it was too, it wasn't enough specifics involved in it. You know what I mean? So, certain people, got put in harm's way for no reason. That's how I looked at it.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, so then can you name anything that Joe Biden did that was good? If not that, what?
I mean, look, I grew up in New York City in the 90s. So, I don't, a lot of my friends went to jail for a very long time for, petty crimes, possession charges, shit, all types of dumb shit. And, I couldn't see when he became president. I already understood the type of person he was. So like I said, I don't really go with anyone in my neighborhood, anyone that was around me at the time was moving. Everyone was they were Democratic, and they was moving. I'm like, yo, I remember this guy, man. I remember him saying, he wrote some bills that was going to put a lot of young men in prison, for nothing, for nothing, literally nothing. They wish they say it themselves. They wish they had thought about what they did. But if you think he did something good, I mean, you tell me. I mean, something that's I don't know. We had all these different presidents. What did he do that stood out amongst the rest, outside of bad things?
Ask the question again. Who's he?
I'm asking him, what does he recall? The good things that Biden did, because I can't recall anything that affected my life directly. I could recall a lot of bad things. Maybe I'm being biased towards it, but
It was the question I asked Christian about the protection of women with the gun bill. And I get what you're saying. I can understand how it personally affected you. I just was trying to ask Christian, because he was basically making this giant leap forward of how an overabundance of mosque is going to lead to communism, and I was just kind of saying, okay, I'm just kind of trying to play with him a little bit and see where he went with it. But I always try and ask liberals, can you name one good thing Trump has done? And usually they can't. And I was trying to ask Republicans, can you name one good thing that Obama did, or Biden did, or any of the Democratic people that they tend to hate? Can you name one good thing that they did, just to see if they can be objective on some level? And Christian literally went like, no, like he just said, I mean, okay, at least he's honest about it.
Were there some infrastructure bills that Biden encouraged Congress to pass?
Correct. And some might claim the CHIPS Act.
That was encouraging development of microchips to make us more competitive on the world stage.
It wasn't just encouraging, it was money spent, which is why some would claim it wasn't good.
I can criticize Trump, which kind of makes people who think realize that I don't think he's God. The number of people who believe that Trump could rape a child and his constituents wouldn't have a problem with it is legendary.
Or kill a baby and sit there and watch somebody kill a baby on some lake somewhere.
Yeah, that's some demonic shit. But that's speculative, man. We can't put nothing on that.
No, baby toes is demonic shit.
Well, we're looking for evidence, right? I don't put...
Theoretically, we should be.
What do you mean we're not, William? And William,
No,
don't think I haven't remembered how poorly you treated me a few weeks ago, man.
I'm sorry if I treated you poorly.
You slandered me in front of people who think poorly of me. I forget.
I'm sorry. You want to remind me of what I said? I will apologize if I made you feel bad.
No, if you think, like, your opinion of me is none of my business, but you were very comfortable sharing your opinion of me in front of people. Like, it's whatever. It's whatever, William. We're talking about Trump. We look for evidence. Of course we look for evidence. The fact that Trump's name was mentioned in the Epstein files means exactly that Trump's name was mentioned in the Epstein files. It's not an admission of guilt or proof or evidence of anything. But Prince, whatever, the former Prince was stripped of his titles because it looks like there's more evidence in the Epstein files that he did that shit. And if Trump was guilty of the horrendous things that people who with Trump derangement syndrome claim he is, we'd have evidence. I believe we'd have evidence. And the fact that Trump has, in both terms of his administration, put teeth behind ICE to stop child sex trafficking rings, has been a strong proponent and instrumental in the overturning of the flawed legislation of Roe v. Wade. He's pro-life. He wants less people to die. The P-tapes that were plaguing him during his first administration have never materialized, and the rumors are 10 years old now. 2015, 2016 Russian collusion delusion. He gets my respect. He doesn't do everything the way I like him to do, but he's not me and I'm not him. And he knows a hell of a lot more about what's going on over there in the Middle East than I do. So. All right, this room lasted the night. William, I do thank you for keeping it warm, for moderating. It seems like you did a great job. I let Matt know. I sent him your profile and said, hey, this guy babysat a room in President Trump House. You might want to think about that next time you're looking for mods to help us
No,
run the rooms.
I appreciate it, but not really interested. Does that mean I can go to sleep now? Do you even take over?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time and service.
And again, if I insulted you, I do absolutely apologize.
Oh, nice.
Well, William, consider what you said. Do you not even
I
remember?
don't remember what I said. No, I don't, to be honest.
How's our friend Emily?
I have not talked to her in a long time.
Yeah, me either. I've reached out and it's been no response, so I was hoping you'd have information on her. Okay.
How did you reach out? By what method?
The only methods I have, Instagram,
Oh,
maybe Discord. I'm not sure. It's been
I
probably been a year and a half. She was very unhappy with Trump's election. She had worries.
yeah, she took it easily personal. I have her phone number and I would have no problem giving it to you if I thought that she wouldn't mind, and I don't think she would mind, but
How about instead of that, how about you just say, well, if you don't mind contacting her,
that's what I'm
Monica, just say Monica on Clubhouse wishes you well.
I will. I'll use it
Thank
if
you.
you could text her and then ask her if it's okay if I give you her number.
Okay.
Because she probably could use a friendly voice.
Well, you can just say, like, check your Instagram messages, Monica.
I absolutely will. And
Thank you, William.
If you ever want to remind me of my horrid words that I said to embarrass you, you let me know sometime. We can talk about it.
Just assess. Well, no, like you just said, Monica's a racist or whatever, and like, that's all.
I don't understand
Wow.
for the context, but if I did, I absolutely apologize.
Oh my gosh, William. And if I gave you trouble and it was a different William, let me apologize now.
I don't know, but I don't think that's something I would say.
Okay.
But I do just quite a bit in some of these rooms, especially when it's like I'm sleepy and tired. Right? But
That's fair.
I don't think I would have said that, and let me take this opportunity to say that I respect you, and I do not think you're a racist. I don't agree with everything you say, but I disagree with very, very little you do say, and I absolutely have respect for you. I'm not sure I would have said something like that, but I'm
so glad we had this conversation. I appreciate it greatly.
Yeah, we might have been in a room with Pepe, and I might have been just kind of going off in general.
Well, sometimes people mistakenly associate me with Pepe. I don't know why.
I think we probably did that with a lot of different people. I'm just saying. I do apologize if I actually said something that offended.
Thanks, William.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. All right, have a good night. Get some good rest.
Yeah,
Thanks again for your help.
you're welcome. Bye.
Bye.
A new U.S. energy platform is evolving. This is your chance to invest early.
You know what ain't for decoration? It's for survivors.
still ready to fight. You gotta be tough to grow. Back talks louder than it did before. Days feel shorter, nights feel cold. Yeah, you gotta be tough to grow. Doctors talk like they ready to charge. I just nod like I did my part. They say rest, I say not today. Got too much left, I ain't gone away. Friends gone quiet one by one, like barroom lights at closing time. I raise my glass to every name, still standing here, still in the game. You gotta be tough. Storms hit harder than stories told. Life don't ask, it takes its toll. Yeah, you gotta be tough to go. I still go far. Got more scars than a railroad car. That comes quick when things get old. That's how you last when the years unfold. You gotta be tough. World keeps spinning, don't carry it slow. Stand up straight, let your story be told. Yeah, you gotta be tough. You may feel unsafe, even threatened. You are looking at a dangerous person. You may feel unsafe, even threatened by my very existence. What is this power I possess? It's called free speech. While I knew it was always there, I recently discovered its true value. Here's my story. It could easily be yours. I'm a journalist, an author, and a podcaster. I live in Portland, Oregon. My husband owns a few local coffee shops and a small coffee roasting business called Ristretto Roasters. In December 2018, I started a YouTube podcast entitled #MeNeither. The show's about page reads, Me Neither is an almost weekly conversation about the cultural issues of the day and an attempt to create a space where people can find ways to think out loud through uncomfortable topics. One of those topics is the Me Too movement and what I see as some of its excesses. including celebrities who exploit Me Too for personal gain. Sexual assault and harassment are real, but the idea that any charge any woman or man brings must be believed without question, where's the logic in that? I believe we are better off judging any claim of harassment, like any other claim, on its own merits. This, I would learn, is not a popular position. It turned out one of the people tuning into my new show was a former employee of my husband's coffee business. She claimed my views were vital, dangerous, and extremely misguided, and in an email to the press, claimed my opinions created a demoralizing and hostile environment for employees. Why would the opinions of the wife of the boss demoralize an employee? No one bothered to ask that question. That I appeared to be on the wrong side of the Me Too debate was all people needed to know. By the time you could say Twitter, a social media mob formed to say they would never spend another penny at my husband's business. A college-age girl stormed into one of the cafes, screaming variously that the baristas were in danger and that their working at the cafe posed a threat to the community. Employees previously secure in their jobs grew jittery and quit. One suggested that my husband sell the company and that I offered a public apology before it was too late. This all happened within the first 48 hours. As the outrage grew, local businesses that make up a big part of my husband's base cut and run. Wholesale customers canceled large accounts, afraid they'd be caught in the Me Too crossfire. Staff now worried that they'd lose their jobs and health insurance if Restretta were forced to close. That I, a person with whom they'd heretofore had a perfectly congenial relationship, might in fact be a secret monster, a rape culture apologist. Many of those who claimed to have been offended had not seen the podcast. One woman wrote, I clicked, downvoted, then reported on YouTube that it violates community guidelines. Hateful. I didn't listen, but it's one way to make that expletive go away. This kind of uninformed virtual attack strikes me as childish. The behavior of a toddler whose tantrum brings a dinner party to a halt until it's placated with the attention it seeks. I invited my critics to speak with me. The whole point of Me Neither is to provoke discussion. No one took me up on my offer. It was evidently easier for so-called feminists to tell my husband to leave his wife or lose his business. For some random dude on Facebook to send me the message, you are scum, rotten hell, you dirty. Just use your imagination. Than to honestly confront me. I can't help but think that those who engage in this kind of behavior are steering themselves into perpetually unhappy waters. That they live in fear that everyone and everything is out to get them, so therefore they must strike first. Or are they addicted to the feeling that what they are doing is righteous? Not considering intolerance in the name of tolerance is a frightening contradiction and solves nothing. Or maybe they think they are making progress. But if this is progress, one might reasonably ask, for whom? And to what end? It's also contrary to what is most fundamental to America, that every citizen has the equal right to voice his or her opinion and to express these opinions in a public forum. My story is one of many, another cautionary tale for those who get pulled into the culture wars. I understand why most people want to stay out of it. It's scary to fight for liberty and against a mob. The whole thing is exhausting. I've repeatedly been asked, usually in you should have known better tones, if I'm going to stop having nuanced conversations about sensitive subjects. The answer is absolutely not. And if that makes you feel unsafe, too bad. I'm Nancy Rommelman, journalist and author for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.